and implemented by the people on the course of the Parliament Committee. This will enhance oversight, parliamentary oversight, and I will support amendments of this House standing orders to the effect, to this effect. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of fairness and transparency in government and access to justice is importance to my people in the Isiolo North. The intentions to increase the funding to the judiciary means more courts will be established in the far-flung areas of Isiolo North. And thereafter, my people will easily access the service, the justice. The unavailability of courts in the far-flung areas of this country has delayed and denied millions of Kenyans the justice and they so much require and deserve. The desire to have fairness in the governance is most welcome for the marginalized communities. It rekindles hope for the ones they will be represented in the government and enjoy development and basic government services like many other Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, to issue raising access to water from 60% to 80%, the arid and including the constituency that I represent, the water scarcity and accessibility is very low, at less than 20%. The promise to increase the accessibility is most welcome and most. So if this will be focused on the arid and semi-arid areas, just major urban areas, as the case in the past 59 years of independence, where major investment in the water sector targeted urban and most populous areas. Public-private partnership in the water sector will with no doubt greatly accelerate water access in the rural areas. However, there is need to regulate. There is need to regulate the investment lest further exacerbate water scarcity through pursuit of profits. The county government should be involved in the process, and the government stake should protect the users from the product.
Is this time up? The Honorable Rindigiri Mugambi.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the speech by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. But before I do comment on his speech, I want to congratulate you and your deputy for election to the position of Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, respectively. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate my President and a mentor, together with his Deputy President, a friend and a mentor also, for election as the President and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I also take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to express my gratitude to the great people of Bori the constituency that has brought me back for the second time. I want to tell the people of Bori, I join His Excellency the President in the national building, and I shall ensure that I serve you with dedication, like I did for the first 5 years, to ensure that my people, you people of Bori, benefit from the government that of a man who understands where Kenya has been, is, and where Kenya is going. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke with confidence because he moved around this country during the electioneering period. He sat with so many professionals in every county to understand their economic, political, and social requirements as we move forward. And I'm sure through the election, His Excellency to lead this country. I therefore congratulate him, and I have no doubt in my mind that His Excellency the President will steer this country to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, this speech, I'm sure, was written with commitments. Mr. Speaker, the His Excellency the President started by talking about governance. And I want to thank him because he is one person who has suffered because of a regime that did not honor the governance in this country. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has committed himself to the rule of law. He has committed himself to respect the independence of judiciary and the independence of this parliament. And I thank him for that. Because what we saw in the 12th of the parliament, Mr. Speaker, is the executive putting a string around the legislature. I am saying this, that has come to an end because His Excellency has said he will respect the autonomy of this House, he will respect the authority of this House together with the Senate. And that's very important as we advance governance and democracy in our country. Mr. Speaker, someone has said that the President did not speak about corruption. He captured the element of corruption in a speech, and that's why he argued that we need to support judicially so that they can help fight corruption. We cannot spend the whole day talking about corruption in a speech like this. But he took time to give us summary that if we offer support to the judiciary, then we are very confident that the fight against corruption will be successful. Mr. Speaker, I come from...
What's the point of order? What's the point of order, Honorable Koi?
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Didimas Barasa to walk with the naked head, Mr. Speaker? In the last parliament, it had been ruled that he should wear his official hat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think his hat was stolen by Junaid Mohammed. We have to have a fundraising for him to buy a new one. Mr. Speaker, before that interruption, I was alluding to the fact that the President has given us guarantee to the rule of law. And I'm sure the element of corruption has also been captured in the speech. I come from a very agricultural constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I congratulate you for coming to my constituency during the campaign times. You are the second speaker to come to my constituency. Mr. Speaker, food security is a key aspect in our community. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House that It has never rained for the last 4 years when the handshake was held between the two brothers. It's like they brought the curse of rain. Mr. Speaker, when the president was giving a speech, that the day it started raining in my constituency. So you can imagine 4 years without rain, and now we have no food. I want to thank the president for ensuring that the theme of his Asila movement, agricultural factor, is to increase productivity. And that's why I'm so happy to see the prices of fertilizer being reduced to an affordable rate. However, the fertilizer amount is not enough. And I would like to ask the president to ensure that we increase the volumes, because my constituency alone requires 100,000 metric tons of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the president because he has also committed himself to ensuring that the farming advisory services are extended to our farmers. Mr. Speaker, agriculture cannot be what it is and to reach the level that the president wants to be unless we have water. I want to thank the president because of his effort to bring in and encourage public-private partnership in mobilization of resources for water, because we all need water. This country needs water. And therefore, I thank the president for thinking that direction, because we, as private investors, if we encourage and join the government, we will have companies coming up to dig dams, to dig boreholes, and that will help in supplementing the input for water in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in the insurance sector. That's my business. I kept on saying NHF need to be restructured. And I'm so happy because the president said, yes, it needs to be restructured to the effect that it become an universal health care. Mr. Speaker, I would not like to continue from there, but let me say, the president said this. The tax regime is very discriminative. Indeed it is. And through his administration, I am sure the tax regime will be brought back to where Kenyans can afford, and it should not be discriminative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, people of Bori. We will continue working together. We will continue enjoying the freedom that has come after the Asila nation has become a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mbunge wa Jomvu.
After stopping Lege.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia nachukua fursa hii kukupongeza kwa kuchaguliwa kama spika, na vile vile Mheshimiwa Boss Shulei kama naibu wako. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile nachukua fursa hii kuwashukuru sana watu wangu wa Jomvu kwa kunichagua katika bunge hili kwa muhula wa 3. Hii haikuwa kazi rahisi, na kama Mheshimiwa Spika wanavyoniita kule mtaani, kijana mwepesi, Garang di Mabiori, mzee fula ngenge, nataka kuambia kuwa niko hapa kwa nguvu ya Mungu. Nitawahudumikia kama vile nilivyohudumikia vipindi viwili. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, natoa pongezi kubwa sana kwa watu wa Mombasa kwa kumchagua mwenzetu ambaye tulikuwa naye hapa, Mheshimiwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir, kwa gavana wa mji wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wa bunge 12 nilimweleza Mheshimiwa Mturi ambaye alikuwa spika wetu, nikasema mimi mjumbe wa Jomvu sikuwa na wazimu kusema Abdulswamad atakuwa governor. Kwa hivyo na leo juu ya uongozi wako tuwashukuru governor wa Mombasa ni Mheshimiwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir. Vile vile nikija kwa hotuba ya rais, Mheshimiwa Spika, hotuba ya rais ilikuwa mzuri, ilikuwa fupi na haikuwa kuchokesha, na alisema mambo mengi. Moja likiwa ni jambo la CDF. Katika hotuba yake kipengee cha 49 alizungumzia maneno ya CDF, akasema CDF imeweza kuleta mabadiliko makubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninavyofahamu mimi, CDF ina kitengo cha mazingira, kuna kitengo cha basari, kuna kitengo cha michezo, na vile vile tuko na miradi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi sasa wazazi wetu wote katika constituencies zetu zote, wajumbe sote twasumbuliwa kwa shauri ya watoto karo za shule. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni muhimu sana kwenye hili jambo la CDF kuona hata kama twasubiri kulipitisha kikatiba, ni muhimu kama serikali tuangalie kitengo hiki cha cha basari tutakifanyia namna gani. Kitambo cha kusubiri kipengee ama mambo ya CDF kupita, tuweke kipaumbele mambo ya basari ili tuweze kugawanyiwa katika kila constituency, tuweze kuwapatia watu wetu. La si hivyo, tumeona rais ameondoa maneno ya fuliza kwa Safaricom, lakini tusipochunga tutakuwa na fuliza ya elimu ikiwa hatutaweza kupata hizi pesa kwa haraka. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona Mheshimiwa Rais katika kipengee cha 29 ya hotuba yake amezungumzia juu ya mambo ya makaazi ama affordable housing, na vile vile watu kupata haki ya kuona namna gani wataweza kupata makao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni jambo muhimu kwa sababu tukiangalia jambo la hatimiliki ni muhimu kuliangazia, na tumshukuru rais ameweza kuliangalia. Kwa maana hiyo, watu wangu walioko Alidina, Bangladesh, Owino Uhuru, Vikobani na sehemu mbalimbali wataweza, ikiwa serikali itatia maanani mambo haya waliosema, kuona kuwa wameweza kupata hatimiliki za ardhi na hali waweze kujiendeleza na maisha yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kipengee cha 48 cha hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais amezungumzia juu ya mambo ya janga ama janga la drought ama ukame. Hili ni jambo muhimu, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tusema mara nyingi serikali ikiangalia jambo hili la ukame katika kuwapatia watu vyakula na usaidizi mwingine huangalia maeneo kadhaa, na wakatuacha sisi watu wa Mombasa kuonekana kwa tojiweza. Lakini yafaa ieleweke pia ndani ya mji wa Mombasa kuna watu katika vitongoji ambao hawajaweza kujiweza katika hali nzuri, na ni muhimu serikali ikitangaza majanga kama haya kutaka kuyasaidia pia waangazie katika sehemu hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kipengee cha 33 Mheshimiwa Rais amezungumzia juu ya mambo ya huduma ya afya. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika anasema jambo hili ni muhimu liangaliwe, serikali itoe huduma ya afya kwa wote, kwa sababu saizi tukiangalia sisi tuna karibu takribani milioni 910 ya CDF ambao tunapeleka kwa NHIF. Alafu vile vile tunaangalia pesa hizi pia zatumika kwa county. Pia ni muhimu serikali iangalie aidha mambo haya yabaki kwetu ama vile vile yawe yatabaki katika county zetu kuhudumikia watu wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Rais amezungumza akasema huduma hii atahakikisha kupatikane pesa ili iweze kulipa madeni. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesimama mbele yako hapa, deni moja ambalo mimi mjumbe wa Jomvu niko nalo kwa serikali hii ya Kenya ni kwa watu wangu wa Wino Uhuru ambao serikali ilisema walipwe baada ya ile sumu ambayo ya lead iliweza kuwapata watu hawa. Wakaambiwa walipwe pesa hizi. Katika bunge la 12 tuliyaleta maneno haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi ndiyo aliyekuwa spika, akatuma hoja hii kwa mwanasheria mkuu ambaye ni Attorney General. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika nakusihi katika bunge la 13 litume tena jambo hili kwa Attorney General ambaye ni yule Justin Muturi ambaye alikuwa hapo, ili ndio itakuwa rahisi kwake yeye kuwalipa watu wangu wa Jomvu, na hapo ataonekana fulangenge kweli ameweza kufanya kazi kwa watu wake. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna matatizo mengi sana ambayo tuko nayo. Nikiangalia katika hali hiyo ya fidia, watu wengi walifutwa kazi katika KPA, na jambo hili Mheshimiwa Gavana wetu wa Mombasa alipokuwa hapa akiwa mjumbe wa Mvita aliweza kulileta na tukaweza kulisupport. Watu wale tungependa serikali ione kuwa wameweza kuwaregesha kujifanyia kazi katika sehemu ile ili waweze kukimu maisha yao. Na vile vile tumpongeza Mheshimiwa Rais kuona kuwa ameweza kurudisha utendakazi wa bandari katika mji wa Mombasa. Hili ni jambo ambalo tulikuwa tukilitamani kwa muda mrefu, na leo tumpongeza kwa kufanya jambo hilo. Lakini vile vile nataka kusema katika miji yote ambayo inaongozwa na iko na port ndani yake, mfano kama Antwerp, kama Long Beach kule Amerika, kama kule South Africa Durban kwenye municipality inayoitwa eThekwini, hawa watu hupata pesa kutokamana na hizi port. Kwa hivyo na sisi ni hamu yetu tukiwa watu wa Mombasa kuona kuwa maadamu poti hii iko ndani ya Mombasa, tutaweza vile vile kupata kipato katika poti ile ya Mombasa. Lakini la zaidi, nashukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa yale ambayo ameweza kuiangazia, na vile vile kukupongeza na kupongeza watu wa Jomvu kwa kutuchagua na wenzangu wote kwa mara ya 3 kuja hapa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mwenyezi Mungu atubariki.
Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me also have my take on the President's speech, Honorable Speaker. And I'll just begin by first congratulating His Excellency the President, as I also take this opportunity to welcome him again to Parliament. I think those of us who were around this lunchtime, we were glad to welcome His Excellency the President as he joined members of Parliament and senators for lunch. And because, as you witnessed during his speech, he says he promises an administration that will be dedicated to the just and fair governance of all Kenyans. When he visits the precincts of Parliament, he does so not just as a former member of Parliament, but also as the head of state and a friend to this House, and clearly showing his very clear intent to work, as he said during his speech and his address to the nation, in a bipartisan manner for the best interest of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, you will see from his speech, other than appreciating the difficult election that was very close that we just came from, and the beauty of our democracy and how well our democracy is evolving, that for the first time in the last close to 20 years, we've been able to go into an election and emerge from that election without having to lose lives out of post-election or pre-election violence. And Honorable Speaker, Kenyans being able to get back to their places of work and their businesses and continuing with life after voting and having their leaders in place. And I think it's not just something that we commend His Excellency the President and his administration for steering us through. Because I do remember, Mr. Speaker, when we were going through around the country campaigning, His Excellency the President was emphatic that there will be no people throwing stones. There will be no rigging of elections. There will be nobody swearing themselves in. And we shall have a peaceful country after the elections. And I think by God's grace and the gracious people of Kenya, we were able to attain that. Honorable Speaker, I must commend the people of Kenya that we have set in motion a new trajectory where we go into elections, vote in our leaders, and we continue with our lives and expect that those who lose elections accept the results of those elections and move on with life and help those that have won not only to govern but to act in the best interest of Kenya. And that is why even in his address to this House, His Excellency the President was quite clear that he intends to bring legislative agendas to this House that will require a bipartisan approach, because there is nothing in the plan. And when I talk about the plan, I talk about the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. There is nothing that we put in that plan that was there by mistake. There is nothing we put in the plan that was in the interest of anybody within the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. But everything in the plan and everything in the manifesto and whatever legislative agenda will come to this House from that manifesto is in the best interest of the people of Kenya. And we are here in the 13th Assembly, Honorable Speaker, as representatives of the people of Kenya. And therefore, I want to ask each and every one of us that whatever legislative agenda that comes here, from the housing agenda that His Excellency the President spoke about here, and if you have listened to His Excellency the President, if you have been watching his actions over the last few days, you can tell that clearly he's very passionate on the housing agenda, he's very passionate, extremely passionate on the universal health coverage agenda, on the social protection and upscaling our savings culture in this country. He spoke very much about that, and more so also on the decriminalization of enterprise and supporting the enterprising young Kenyans and the business community through the Hustler Fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am glad that the President was also very bold. And I remember in his speech, Honorable Speaker, the President was quite dramatic when he said that I have news. Yes, indeed, if I can quote, the President said, I have news, and it is not very good news. Our financial situation is not very good. Honorable Speaker, it is true that this administration has inherited a country whose economy is not working for the interest of Kenyans. We, or the government, the present administration has inherited an economy that was only working for a few people. And the administration has a huge responsibility to make not just the hustler economy, but the economy of the Kenyan people to work for the millions of the Kenyan people rather than work for a few. Honorable Speaker, during the campaign, those of us who campaigned with the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, we spoke at length about state capture. Honorable Speaker, you know, state capture in this country has been so real. And that is what has bedeviled the management of our economy and its affairs. It is state capture that captured our economy. And the economy stopped working for Kenyans and started working for a few people who wielded the instruments of power. Honorable Speaker, it is my prayer, and I am confident that part of the legislative agenda that will be transacted on this floor will be to reverse that state capture of our economy and make our economy work for the millions of Kenyans who voted for each one of us here, and also those who voted for and against the president, because we must act in a manner that we help our people. If not to do anything else, honorable members, to uplift our people from the poverty that millions of our people are living under today. Today, Honorable Speaker, people in close to 14 or 15 of our counties are going without food. There is a drought ravaging our country, Honorable Speaker, and we cannot be able to feed our people if we do not review our budgetary estimates for this year, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I know the President did mention a figure of 300 billion, and it sounded humongous that you could institute budget cuts to the level of 300 billion. But honorable members, I want to convince you and persuade you that it is possible. And you know the padding that is usually, Jim was still padding the budget and making commitments. By the third week after elections, they had made commitments of close to 300 billion, 200 billion shillings over and above what had been approved by this House only in June, at the beginning of June of this year. And you wonder, Honorable Speaker, what is this that had to be done outside the budget under Article 223 by those who served us in the National Treasury that could not be done and could not be done during the annual estimates only in April, 4 months ago. And Honorable Speaker, if you go through many of the things that they had committed to, Honorable Speaker, are things that emanate from state capture. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as His Excellency the President calls on us, millions of Kenyans across the board, and that is why His Excellency the President, he said, he wants an economy that will work and a government and administration that will serve Kenyans in all constituencies, in all wards, in all counties in the Republic of Kenya. And we have no obligation, Honorable Speaker, other than to support His Excellency the President. Honorable Speaker, I've had members question the President's speech on the talk about corruption. And indeed, the Honorable Fatuma from Migori County said she was disappointed with the President because he did not speak, he did not talk about corruption. I want to tell you, Honorable members, President William Ruto does not need to speak about corruption. He needs to act about corruption. And he has started acting. He has ensured that we are resourcing the IG's office. He has given financial independence to our criminal justice system to make sure that we do not just become like the previous regime that talked and spoke about corruption from the first day in office to the last day in office and did nothing about corruption. President...
Your time is up. Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance also to speak on this speech of the President. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to thank the people of Westlands for electing me a third time in a row. Mr. Speaker, it was not easy because I had went for the position of the governor. I was out there and then came back, but they still had trust in me. I don't take it for granted. And for the first time, I also won in all the polling stations in Westlands. So that is a no feat. The second, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you and the Honorable Gladys Sholay, my chair. He was my chair in my last parliament, for being elected Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also speak on this speech of the President. First, the President talked about us amending the standing orders to allow the cabinet secretaries to come to the floor of the House and articulate the government policies and answer questions from members. Mr. Speaker, when the people of Kenya decided to have a new constitution, they wanted to have a pure presidential system. And this, Mr. Speaker, it makes sure that the executive does not belong to this House, Mr. Speaker. So for us, I believe the cabinet secretaries can continue to come and articulate the government policies at the committee stage, but not on the floor of the House, because that, as the Deputy President has coined a word called state capture, it will amount to the executive capturing Parliament. We would like Parliament to operate without any being twisted by or intimidation by the executive coming to be part of this House, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we can do better. The government can still function even without not having the cabinet secretaries to come here. This idea was in the BBI, but it was rejected. So I believe it is not yet time for us to allow that because it's not a hybrid. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to highlight about the president talking about the CDF. The CDF was the first devolved fund in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure even you and your member of parliament, you experienced the effect of the CDF. CDF has done much work and has reached the farthest corner of this country and the lowest unit of our economy. Mr. Speaker, the impact is out there and it's known. We have seen what CDF has done. Parents have no problem with children go to school because CDF pays school fees. CDF is the one doing development in schools, infrastructure, and many other things. So those who are hell-bent to kill the CDF, Mr. Speaker, I believe with the support of the President and all of us, Mr. Speaker, it will make sure that the CDF remains alive and it will continue to be there so that we can use it to support our people, Mr. Speaker. And the development in schools and security and many other things that the CDF has done. Mr. Speaker, the President also spoke about the affordable housing. This is one of the things that I wanted to do as a governor of Nairobi, because Nairobi City County is the owner of land, most of the land in Nairobi. And we thought of partnering with the private sector to build affordable housing for our people, the replica of Soweto in South Africa, where we have houses that are affordable and decent and with all amenities available to the people. Mr. Speaker, when the government can come in and continue with this program that was started by President Uhuru, I'm very sure we shall do away with this informal settlement in Nairobi and make Nairobians become homeowners by creating cheap and credit facilities and affordable providing land, and then the developers can now make houses much cheaper and people can use mortgages to purchase houses, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we'll have many people owning homes in Nairobi, because at the moment, 80% of the people who stay in Nairobi don't own homes. Homes are owned by just a few people. Mr. Speaker, I want also to say that as a representative of the people of Nairobi, we know the kind of life that people live in informal settlement in Nairobi. And when we have this kind of arrangement, Mr. Speaker, of having affordable housing, it will bring, Mr. Speaker, decency and dignity to the people who live in those informal settlements, Mr. Speaker, and also ownership of houses.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise on a point of order on standing order number 97. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the interest that members have got on this discussion, you realize that the time allocated for each member is 10 minutes. So in 1 hour, we are doing only 6 members. I want to move a motion based on standing order 97-2 to limit the time allowed to each member to at least 6 minutes, so that we can be able to have 10 members speaking in every 1 hour. And therefore, in 1 hour, we'll have 10 members. So in the remaining 4 hours, we can do 40 members. Let me finish. I submit to the Speaker, and then you can contribute to the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting that I move that motion because that motion doesn't require any prior notice that we reduce the time allocated for each member to 6 minutes. I submit. Thank you.
I think so far we're doing quite well. What I'll do is I encourage members, if you have made a point that has been clearly understood, you can always surrender a few minutes of your 10 minutes for others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and also talk about the hustle avant. Mr. Speaker, we already have 3 or more funds existing: the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, WESO Fund. Mr. Speaker, if we can put more resources in these funds, they are more accessible. They have also done so much, and I'm sure with the Hustler Fund, 50 billion that the President is proposing, it can go a long way to improve also on these funds, because we have been using them, Mr. Speaker, to reach out to the smaller business enterprises and others, Mr. Speaker. And also building a credit facility for people who are in small businesses is something that we need to improve, because economies are developed by these small enterprises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on the issue of housing, Mr. Speaker, which I've touched on, and Hustler Fund. I believe that is all that I want to speak on this motion. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Member for Lunga Lunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that I subscribe to Christianity, first of all, let me thank God for this chance. Second, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you for your election as our Honorable Speaker, together with your deputy. Mr. Speaker, Lunga Lunga is home of your party. And I want to assure you, we are doing well. But still, I want to mention that we have few challenges which I have to put across here, so that as I proceed with the speech of, to talk about the speech of the President, but I have some few issues to mention. One is about the elephants who are terrorizing Wananchi, more so in Moren Ward, and to be precise, a village unit known as Kwanyanje, or Kasemeni village unit. We have Ramisi Sugar Factory, which has become a menace. It is not paying the outgrowers, and we don't know even where the sugar is being taken to. Teachers are not, and today being a Teachers' Day, I wish to also mention that the teachers in Lunga Lunga constituency are expecting to get hardship allowance, which I want to assure them that through this chance they've given, and to me, we will push so that it is available to them. Land grabbing is the song. It has already been mentioned by my colleagues. Water is also very scarce, but still we have this chance to make sure that we address those issues. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank the President and also congratulate him at the same time, because, Mr. Speaker, my former boss, Honorable Salim Vuria, God willing, if this House so wish, he will be the CS for Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Authority. And this is a very good gesture for people of Kwale, and specifically Honorable Mvuria, because when he was the governor then, he did a good job in the sector or Department of Education. He has educated so many children to the level of university. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I want to applaud what His Excellency the President said in his speech, paragraph 14. He confirmed to the nation that he's going to actually be just and fair to the people of Kenya. I want to applaud or to actually say that going by that, he assured us that he's going to make sure that the judiciary is well financed. And to that, we actually congratulate, I personally congratulate him. Again, I want to comment on the issue of affordable housing. I personally visited Pangani. The project is amazing. I was imagining if this project was at the Lungalunga town, then even the people themselves could be even happy seeing, not even in, staying in those houses. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention something about the national government CDF. Yes, my colleagues have just said here that parents are calling, requesting for fees, all about the school fees and all that. Surely, students are at home. I would wish to say it here, that I know we are the people to conclude this issue, and I want to request, to urge my colleagues here to expedite the process so that we put this thing into rest and the people of Kenya enjoy, and especially the aspect of school fees. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention here that school, education in Kenya is very expensive. And apart from crying about the national government CDF and bursaries and all that, we need to do something about the cost of education in Kenya. Because today, taking a student to Form 1, it is a nightmare. The requirements are so enormous that even the school fees are even lower than the items required. I don't see the correlation between a uniform and the content which the teachers are teaching. These are some of the issues which we should be looked into. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the resumption of port services in Mombasa. This cannot be left without being mentioned, because the economy of Coast Region has now come back to life. I want to also put into records that Coast Region generally has potential to have as many ports as possible. We also have Lamu. We have another port which is also on the way to be established at Shimoni. And I wish to request the concerned parties, and I will follow up myself to make sure that at least the process has been started so that we have the third port in Coast Region for our people to enjoy and have places where they can basically have jobs and also run businesses. Mr. Speaker, the issue of agriculture, this subsidy which has been mentioned, and actually the President has already acted, but I want to mention here that in Lungalunga, we have mango farming, which needs to be also considered. And I wish to reiterate here that if we invest in this farming, I want to assure this honorable house that even the economy of that area will grow, and and also you'll have very sweet mangoes from the other part of the world called Lunga Lunga. Lunga Lunga is a constituency with all characteristics. Down there, we have the seashore. Around Zombo Ward, it's agricultural. That's where mangoes are in plenty. But on the other side, where elephants are terrorizing residents, it is semi-arid. And water is a problem. I want to thank His Excellency the President because he asserted that he will do all means possible to make sure that he also avails water to our people. Electricity is another issue which needs to be addressed by this government because we have got so many transformers which are not working, especially in Lunga Lunga. And I believe, as we mention all this, the relevant authorities need to up their game so that we have power to the people. Infrastructure in the sides of roads, that is also another issue. We need to thank His Excellency, the Deputy President. He has really supported us. 2-3 roads have been done, but still a bigger part of Lunga Lunga needs to be considered for good road network. And we want to assure His Excellency the President that we will present a memo to him if he so wish to ensure that he supports us into this venture. Having no much ado, I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Women Rep Laikipia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating you on your election as the Speaker of this House and to your Deputy, Gladys Sholei. Mr. Speaker, secondly, let me thank the great people of Laikipia County, the people who believed in me and overwhelmingly gave me their votes and allowed me to become their woman representative. Mr. Speaker, it would be unfair for me to just end my story at that, and I think it would be good to mention that my journey with Laikipia County didn't begin with the ballot. The great people of Laikipia County, when I was called to their university many years ago, contributed their hard-earned resources and gave me an education, and that's how come I was able to go to the university. For that, I will remain forever grateful, and I appreciate that they also gave me an opportunity to serve them. Mr. Speaker, being a daughter to retired teachers, it's also important that today I mention Happy Teachers' Day to all the teachers in this country and in the whole world. Now to the President's speech, Mr. Speaker. For me, there were 4 issues that went home for me, and the first issue is in regard to unity. In the morning, I listened to one of my colleagues say that His Excellency, the President, didn't put a lot of emphasis on unity, and I would want to mention, having read this speech very carefully, it's not once, twice, thrice, but 7 times that His Excellency, the President, places a rallying call for unity in his speech. The first instance is when he reminds us that the closeness of the election is an indication that what unites us is greater than what divides us. He later on goes to mention that he'll be a hardworking and committed president to every Kenyan in this country. Thirdly, he goes on to mention that his administration will be of service to each and every person, and he also mentions that his will be a just and fair government to everyone. He also mentions that he'll serve every ward, every constituency, and every county in any region of this country. To me, that shows a lot of commitment to serve this country and to serve this country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I move on to the second point, which went home for me, and that is His Excellency the President requesting this Honorable House to amend the standing orders to allow for cabinet secretaries to actually attend to the House and explain the government policy as well as articulate the government agenda. But most importantly, he mentions that cabinet secretaries will have an opportunity to answer questions from the members of this House. To me, Mr. Speaker, this is the most important thing that would happen in my tenure in this House, because, Mr. Speaker, every 2 a.m. at night, I receive a call from one of my constituents based somewhere in Kamwenje, asking me, Jane, the rustlers are outside my house, they're about to drive away with my cattle. On other occasions, I receive phone calls of members of my constituency telling me they have to sleep under their beds because the rustlers know how to aim their guns at the level of their beds. For me, Mr. Speaker, having a cabinet secretary attend to this house will enable me answer these people and will also ensure that we restore security to our great county of Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, our issues don't end there, and having the cabinet secretaries attend parliament will also enable me to end the human-wildlife conflict in my county. We live in a situation where our people plant, but it is elephants that harvest their produce. That way, Mr. Speaker, I will be able to engage the cabinet secretary and there'll be an end to these problems that my people face. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I received a call from one of my chiefs who informed me that there was a leopard roaming around in the village of Mudengera. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what I'll do with a leopard, but having the cabinet secretary here will enable me ensure full security for my people and safety in all that they do. Mr. Speaker, I also appreciate cabinet secretaries coming to the house because in my county, we have villages like Kafiro, Liki, Majengo, Manguo, and Minor Estate, where our people have lived without title deeds. This is a government that is committed to economically empowering our people. I believe when our people receive their title deeds, that will be a way forward for them, and they will grow economically. Mr. Speaker, I also talk of infrastructure issues in my county, which I believe a cabinet secretary will be able to answer me because we have had promises over years of a road between Nanyuki to Rumuruti being tarmacked. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a new dawn for my county and all this is going to happen. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have had promises of mega dams in my county. We all know we can no longer rely on rain-fed agriculture, and so our people are looking forward to have their mega dam built. Mr. Speaker, I know this is eventually going to happen in this tenure. Allow me to go to my third point, which is affordable credit. Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention that prior to joining the executive, I worked in the private sector. And having been an entrepreneur, I know the three challenges an entrepreneur has are access to information, access to markets, and access to finance. Of course, access to finance is the most difficult of them all, and having His Excellency the President mention that we are now going to have affordable credit through the Hustlers Fund, that is a very welcome gesture, and I know it's going to support most of these small businesses. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I speak on agriculture. I am very glad that the prices of farm inputs have gone down, starting with the fertilizers, and I believe our people will be able to produce better. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude by borrowing words from His Excellency the President's speech and saying, let us all work together to ensure that every Kenyan is proud to call Kenya their home. And I wish to actively participate in this House on my matters of legislation, representation, and oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peter Orero Kibra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Of course, they are saying it is Teachers' Day. I am called Mwalimu Peter Orero Kibra. Now, when you are not here in the morning, I think that seat, maybe it is synonymous with you. Some of my colleagues kept saying, Madam Speaker, sir. So I hope we'll not continue talking like that. Now, I want to first of all thank the people of Kibra for having confidence in me and electing me overwhelmingly, giving me their votes, and putting their aspirations and trust and faith in me to come to this august house to articulate their issues and also to let those who are here with us know that I represent the biggest slum, not only in this country, but almost in the world. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the powers that you have, overwhelming powers that you have, when you look at our standing orders, those powers and any issue that is not within the Constitution and the standing order, you have the authority to say, I would want you today to declare that Kibra should be a hardship area.
that when you give food relief, you also start with Kibra, because I have residents who live not only below $1 a day, but sometimes you find I have residents who cannot afford their meals, not one meal, but all the meals in a day. I know some of my colleagues have not been to slums. One day I will take you to see how slums look like. Some of you have not seen poverty. So I would wish that the Speaker take this very, very seriously. In fact, when I heard His Excellency, the President, pronounce that he's going to bring a hustler fund, I thought the only constituency he had in mind was Kibra constituency. And that is more reason that I stand here today. That touched my heart, that my people this time will be taken care of. I want to say that in Kibra, it is a slum that even the health facilities that we are talking about, we lack health facilities. Now you know that also if you cannot have 3 meals in a day, it means the immunity level of your body goes down, and within no time that you are susceptible to diseases, and our life are normally shortened. So I want to say that we need to hasten this idea of health care, because it is going to benefit my people more than any other people that we have around. So because of that, I really support the speech of the President, because it talked about the health care. You know, the first time we are speaking, we are told now this is our maiden speech, and I hope that when I heard the President speak, he made one paragraph. I think it is the shortest paragraph in his short speech. I think 37. And he said, Honorable Speaker and members, I have news, not good news, because this country, our financial status is bad. Now, when you look at this speech, in almost all the paragraphs, we are just talking about the state of the economy in this country. And when I look at our state of the economy, you realize that when the governor, the central bank governor, came to talk to us, one thing he said is that the debts that we have, that we are servicing, is about 8.5 trillion in this country. And he projected that within the next 1 year, one financial year, it might move to 9.2 trillion. But when I looked and I heard the speech of the President, he said that 65% of our revenue still goes to pay for our debt. We must look at mechanisms, structures on how we are going to lower our debts. And when we see that we are going to offer 300 billion as a cut, I want to concur with one of our members who spoke here that the first priority we look at each department in our government and see how much was not spent in these departments. That is called the absorption. Which department did not absorb? Looking at all the departments, I have realized in the governments that the absorption rate, sometimes you find that some government departments only absorb up to 60%. So instead of having budget cuts across the board, we go by looking at the absorption rate of these departments, and from there we can raise the 300 billion. Now, we also realize that our expenditure recurrent is more than our revenue. And we are told that maybe within the next 3 years, we will be able to have more revenue than the recurrent expenditure. Now, this requires a lot of strict measures, and I will urge those concerned, the technocrats, to take this very, very seriously. Now, I would wish to talk about education. I'm an educationist, and that is why I'm called Mwalimu. And now, the speech of the President should have put a lot of emphasis on education. education is what equalizes the people, whether you are poor or whether you are rich. Now, the education system in our country is at a balance. I have seen that we have a committee. I don't think it is a task force. It is a committee that will look at reforms required in education. I believe that these reforms will not affect the real stakeholders in the education system. The major stakeholders are the teachers, the parents, and the students. Most of the parents have been talking about a burden in this CBC. However, when you talk to the parents very keenly, the only thing that they are complaining about is they are given also homework to help their students. And that is the only thing the parents are talking about, apart from also that it is expensive. So I would rather ask those who have been charged with this duty of looking at the reforms required in education to consult widely, especially with the Heads Association and these major stakeholders, to see that if we bring these reforms, it will not take us less than 20 years again that we need another education system. I also urge the members of the parliament that when we need such of these reforms, they must be brought into this house so that we debate about those reforms properly before we enact them into laws. When the president talked about the Hustler Fund, I went and looked at the various funds that we already have. And today I saw the member of parliament of Matungulu, I think Mr. Mutinda, has already brought a bill, and I think he has written to the speaker, to look at some of these funds so that we ground them in law. I have seen that he has written about the national government, CDF, Constituency Development Fund. Then I have also seen that he has put the NGAF for women. He has also put the Weather Fund, the Youth Development Fund, and then the Hustler Fund. I think the Hustler Fund should not be merged with the Weather Fund. This Weather Fund has been used, especially in the slum areas. This is what has helped the people to start their small and small businesses. The Hustler Fund should be treated on its own entity because we are pumping around 50 billion. When we spread this to all the constituencies, I think it is going to give a big impact, especially to the young and small entrepreneurs. So I would say that when we look at the legislation and at this bill, let us not combine the Weather Fund, the Youth Fund, the NGAF, and the Hustler Fund. Let them be treated differently so that we have more avenues for our young businessmen so that they can grow with this fund. I would also want to look at the separation of
Time is up. The member for Turkana North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the people of Turkana North for giving me a chance to represent them in the 13th Parliament. Most of you might not know where exactly Turkana North is. Turkana North borders two international borders, that is Ethiopia and South Sudan. And the community in Turkana North is purely pastoralist community. So when you hear about drought, the long dry spells, most of the people in Turkana North are affected because of the pastoral arrangement. Now, Turkana North people placed their hopes and aspirations on me, having worked with them before in the previous assignments, and they believe I am able to represent them and ensure that their hopes and aspirations are taken care of. Now, going to the President's speech, I want to pick out a few things that concern people of Turkana North and Turkana in general. The government needs to put in place and take into consideration the mainstay of the Turkana people. And their mainstay is in the pastoral economy. Looking at the speech and what has always happened, we have a lot of initiatives that look into strengthening pastoral economy. But the problem has been implementation. A lot of strategic papers have collected dust in government offices. But this time around, we want to urge the government to look into the pastoral economy, because we do not want to always make noise on the drought situations, provision of relief food to our people, because in essence, if the government takes interest into what we are calling the pastoral economy, the people of Turkana and northern Kenya in general will have drought and relief food provision as a thing of the past. Now, one thing I really want to bring out in terms of interventions on the pastoral economy. We realize we have KMC in Nairobi, which is way far away from northern Kenya, where pastoralism is practiced. What the governments, subsequent governments have been doing and expecting is pastoralists who have engaged in business. And I want the honorable members, Mr. Speaker, to know that our people have begun engaging in business with their livestock. It is not as it used to be. And we want, going forward, we want abattoirs to be established in each of these pastoral counties, so that our people don't have to move their livestock, their cows, goats, all the way from, say, Lokitang, or Todonyang, or Kibish, all the way to Nairobi, where there is a KMC. So government should be proactive and look into the needs of our pastoral communities. There is also need to engage in climate change initiatives. That is presently what is discussed all over the world. And we all know what is causing the droughts, the long dry spells, especially in those areas, is the climate change that is affecting our rain periods. So the government should take this into consideration, because when I was watching the president give his speech in the UN General Assembly, he mentioned that Kenya will be proactive on interventions on climate change. So this we will look into. We will continue reminding the government that northern Kenya and Turkana in particular will look forward to these initiatives. Now, the other thing that I want to bring out in the president's speech is there is no mention of insecurity in our county. When the president was sworn in, after a few days in office, you realize there was an attack in Turkana East and it was happening within the boundaries of Kenya. A number of police officers were killed, including civilians. This issue of insecurity should be taken seriously because we know for a long time operations, security operations have been undertaken in these areas, but the results have been the same. So there is need, and I thank the Deputy President because he was able to meet us and engage, but we want results. That was a meeting, a boardroom meeting. We agreed on a number of issues. We are yet to see what happens what comes out from that operation. You know very well, we cannot have development. The areas under attack are grasslands. And so, in essence, this has contributed to the loss of livelihood and mainstay of this community. So even within the borders, even within the country, the government should be proactive to bring this thing to an end. And I don't say it's only happening in Turkana, but it is happening in areas within Kerio Valley. And there is hue and cry over this insecurity situation in these areas. The government should come out very strongly in taking care of this. Lastly, so that I can also donate my time to my colleagues who are first-timers. In the international border where my constituency is placed, this is a community that has protected this country for a long time. And we will continue to engage the government on this so that we can have NPRs. The intervention on NPRs has paid off. These are, we are bordering hostile communities from the other side. Like in Ethiopia, we are bordering Merile, Dasnach, very hostile to our community. We are also bordering Nyangatom in Ethiopia, very hostile to our community. And you realize there is little presence of government in these areas. And the only thing we can do is to protect ourselves. And in protecting ourselves, we want to do it in a way that is not illegal. We want the government to strengthen the NPR initiative so that our
Thank you, Honorable Member. Nyaribari Church MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Zahir Janda, Member of Parliament, Nyaribari Chache constituency. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you for being elected together with your able deputy, the Honorable Madam Boss Sholei. Mr. Speaker, it is also my singular honor to thank the people of Nyaribari Chache who gave me this opportunity to lead It is also my singular honor to thank the people of Nyaribari Chache constituency, the people who voted for me. It has never happened in the history of Kisii since independence, where I got the highest number of votes in my constituency since independence. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the President's speech. I will make it very short. I want to support the President's speech because he talked about having fruitful discussions with the operators of Fuliza and Mshwari to reduce the cost of credit by about 40%. He also promised his administration will allocate 50 billion shillings every year to the Hustlers Fund so that the micro, small, medium, and micro, small, and medium enterprises can access the credit and leverage on them. Mr. Speaker, the issue of low-cost housing is a very good initiative because in my place, the Kisii County, we have issues of land. But this will not lock us out to be beneficiaries of the low-cost housing because whenever they're building up the houses are being built with going upwards. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to remind my fellow Kenyans, especially from Nyanza, where I come from, that the presidency is a symbol of national unity. The presidency should be respected. We came from an electioneering period. The election is behind us. We have to come together as a country and support the government. But I am not happy with my people, especially in Nyanza, where His Excellency President William Ruto was there last week. The leadership of Nyanza refused to attend deliberately for political reasons, but it is very sad, uncouth, and barbaric to have such leaders do that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I also want to encourage other leaders to work with the current government. We have a government that was elected, and they should not discriminate because these leaders, they have a salary, they are earning money, but their people are going to suffer. That is not correct. We will not agree, and we want to encourage fellow leaders to support our Kenya Kwanza government. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kisii County, especially Nyaribari Chache, where I come from, they have entrusted me and looking forward for me to be able to legislate the agenda and the promise that I made to them in these 5 years. Mr. Speaker, that is it. Thank you so much, and I wish to donate my time probably to my brother Mohammed Ali, who is next to me.
You can surrender your time, but you cannot choose the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
For Manyata.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for this opportunity to give my maiden speech. And first, I want to start by thanking God and the people of Manyata constituency for giving me this opportunity to share with my fellow members of Parliament, as the President called it, a premium platform of the chosen few, and I'm privileged to be one of them. I want to tell the people of Manyata that I'll try my best to represent them fully and ensure that their voice is heard. I also want to join my brother from Mumias East to request that we, the newcomers, be given a very good share of the time in this house so that we can air our views and those of our constituents. I also want to say that I'm looking forward to working with my fellow members to solve various issues that are affecting this country, especially joblessness of our young people. Honorable Speaker, we have many crises in this country, but the crisis of lack of jobs is one that requires serious attention. I'm looking forward to bringing motions in this House that are going to help solve that menace. And while we are at it, I would like to say that in the presidential speech, he was able to say a few things that will be able to solve this issue and at least have our jobless youth getting an opportunity to work and be able to continue with their lives. He spoke of Hustlers Fund, and he said that he will be able to give 50 billion at first so that the Hustler Fund can help our young people. I hope that this money will be able to be given good legislation by this House so that it gets to the right hands. We have had issues where funds, some of them being mentioned by my fellow members here, don't get to the right hands, and they don't make an impact to the right people. I'm looking forward to being part of that team. The issue of procurement of government equipment and tenders, we had a good role that can help solve the issue of joblessness. And there was a promise of 30% procurement. We would like to see and ensure that this House legislates that if people don't follow such rules, they are supposed to be brought to books. Honorable Speaker, the issue of CRB is an issue that has affected many young people. We have had more than 19 million Kenyans having been listed as not creditworthy. I'm happy with the presidential direction. It is the step in the right direction. We are hoping to improve on that and ensure we give legislation where CRB will be ranking our people instead of blacklisting them. We are hoping also Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund, and the Hustlers Fund will be digitized so that these monies get to the most remote areas of this country, those that cannot reach even the towns of our constituencies or our counties. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President spoke a lot on the issue of agriculture. I myself, from Manyata constituency, come from a very agricultural area, an area where we farm a lot of coffee, tea, horticulture, and maize. I'm very happy with the issue of fertilizer. And I would like to say that, Honorable Speaker, the fertilizer is reaching in Manyata constituency, but there is a need, as my fellow members have said, to improve and ensure that we have more and more people getting the fertilizer. But that being said, we also want to ensure that we provide seedlings and good seedlings to our farmers so that we don't give them fertilizer, but then they're left with a loss of 3,500 shillings per bag because they don't have good seeds. So I appeal to the government to ensure that the fertilizer gets to our people
but also good seedlings so that we can be able to farm. And Honorable Speaker, we need to feed ourselves as a country. We are not able to feed ourselves. And Honorable Speaker, from what I can see from our neighbors in Uganda, we might be attacked. So we should be ready in case such thing happen, so that we don't get our eggs from Uganda, our maize from Tanzania, and all those things that we get from our other countries. Kenya has enough land. All we need is to improve on our agriculture and ensure that irrigation is done in those semi-arid areas. Honorable Speaker, the issue of corruption has been mentioned a few times. And I want to correct my fellow members who are saying the president did not touch on the issue of corruption. The fact that he's talked about empowerment of our institutions, he clearly and vehemently talked about corruption. Corruption has gotten where it is today in this country because most of our institutions that are supposed to handle it have not been able to handle it well. The increase of fund to the judiciary is a step in the right direction. And Honorable Speaker, if that happens, you'll see corruption cases being solved better. The autonomy of the police service is also important, and that His Excellency the President has done very good. We need to empower institutions such as EACC so that the issue of corruption, and including this House, is supposed to be solved, and we are not supposed to be speaking about it, as one of the members said, every now and then. Honorable Speaker, if we do that, we will be able to protect the agenda or the plan that the President has given. And the only way we can have all these projects and these dreams coming true is if we solve the issue of corruption once and for all. Honorable Speaker, the issue of CDF is an issue that is very passionate to the people of Manyata. And I would like to say that CDF should not be understated on what it has done to our people. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we need to increase that fund. We need to have more money so that we can be able to ensure our people school well. Those that cannot be able to get school fees, we are giving them bursaries. Our schools, sometimes they're in very bad conditions. We need to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that we improve the standards of living. And Honorable Speaker, as I say that, we need to realize the future of education in this country lies in the day schools that were started by one Honorable Mwai Kibaki. The day schools of this country depend wholly on CDF. And I hope these members will fight for that fund so that it does not go anywhere. And I still don't understand why the law of 2013 is said to be illegal, but
Member for Bumula.
Mike. Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Wanami Wamboka from Bumula constituency. I will start by thanking God, my family, and the great people of Bumula for giving me an opportunity to serve. Mr. Speaker, I want to promise my people that I will serve them with dignity, honor, and total humility. I've been in this journey for quite some time, Mr. Speaker. I started this journey with the late Wamalwa Kijana as a defender of people's rights. I moved on with Musikari Kombo, and as you know, I'm a student of Moses Masika Wetangula, and finally, Eugene Wamalwa. That gives me enough experience to serve my people and to fulfill the dreams and aspirations of my people. I want to speak to the speech given by the President, and I want to start on a point, I think point number 14, where the President promised to lead an administration dedicated to the just and fair government of all Kenyans in order to deliver a Kenya for everyone. That's where I'll start, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure every Kenyan is aware that going into the election and after the election, the President got 50+1, which is about a third of Kenya. His competitor, Raila Amolo Odinga, got 50-1, which is about a third of Kenya, and the other Kenyans didn't vote. Mathematically speaking, Honorable Speaker, we have a government that is a minority government going by the votes delivered after the elections. I want to appeal to the President that he must impress all Kenyans by ensuring equal distribution of resources and positions in government, starting from the CS positions to PS, ambassadors, and all the senior positions in this government. Honorable Speaker, every Kenyan must feel part of this government. The President must navigate as much as he can to make us all feel Kenyans. I'm also aware about some naked truth that very many people would not like to talk about. We have a Kenya of 43 tribes, which has only had all the presidents from 2 regions of this country. I want to now that there is some volcano brewing in this country that we want him to come and heal, or else it will erupt. I come from a region that has been neglected in terms of government projects, in terms of resource distribution. Honorable Speaker, I yearn for a day a Samburu will have a choice or can be president of this country. I yearn for a day a Kamba, a Luya, a Luo, a Turukana can get a chance to be president of this country. The day that happens, then we start talking. I know very many people will be uncomfortable with that, but that's the reality of the matter. We want a clear, fair distribution of resources. I said, Honorable Speaker, the region I come from is marginalized. We have very many projects that have been started that have stayed for so long without completion. In mind, Honorable Speaker, a road called Musikoma Mungatsi, which is now going to 10 years, a road that hardly costs 350 million shillings. It has taken 10 years and it is not complete. A road, Mungatsi, Kimaeti, Luahaha, it's a nightmare. And yet it's supposed to offload heavy traffic from the northern corridor that feeds this country. A road called Misihu Brigadier, which has taken almost 10 years to completion, Honorable Speaker. A road from Dorofu that links Kakamega County and Bungoma County, Dorofu Musikoma, which has also taken all these years. Whereas we have seen new roads coming up, dual carriages, from Nairobi to Nyeri, for instance, started the other day, it's now into completion. We've seen a road on the outskirts of Nairobi, the bypass, dual carriage, which started the other day. As we speak, it's now into completion. Madam Speaker, it is incumbent on the President to ensure that an Ekesa, an Otieno, anybody sitting anywhere in this country starts feeling like a Kenyan. Because at this point, it's not necessary to be bringing presidential ballot papers to other parts of this country. And I'll be proposing maybe you only take them to the two regions, that is Central and Rift Valley. Honorable Speaker, my attention also goes to the economic situation of my region, which is largely agricultural. I've seen government interventions trying to address and heal the problems of the Majani people and the problems of the Kahawa people. I want to plead with the President and his government. Where I come from, which is a sugar belt, that Nzoia is collapsing, we need urgent measures to mitigate so that our farmers can continue earning a living. We need urgent interventions for Mumias Sugar. Madam Speaker, we need cooperation from government to complete the gold mining factory, same as a granite factory in Vihiga. My heart still bleeds, Madam Speaker, when I imagine how the mighty pan paper was sold and collapsed the economy and the imagination of the great people of Webuye. Very soon, we are going to revisit that affair, and Mr. Rai must be brought to book, Madam Speaker, brought to account, because there is no way we could have sold pan paper for less than R1 billion, whereas pan paper has a property in the Mudaiga, in the outskirts of Nairobi, one property that costs 1.4 billion. Madam Speaker,
thank you, members. Sorry for that. Before I call the member for Kisii County, just want to confirm to members that you don't have to come and appeal to me in person right here, because in fact, once you do that, then I'd have to skip you, so that I don't create the impression that if you come here in person, then I will put you to skip the line. So I think just hold your horses and your turn will come. We have plenty of time till 8 p.m. Thank you. And now I call the member for Kisii County.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, allow me to pass warm regards from the people of Kisii and the top leadership of Honorable Paul Simbarati and Senator Richard Onyonka, who are members of this hallowed house. Let me also thank the Almighty Father for giving me and blessing me, because it is a blessing, and also to congratulate you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and all the elected leaders in this hallowed house. I'm very delighted because we are sharing our experiences, the challenges that our people face, and they're fresh in my mind. During the campaigns, as I moved around the entire Kisii County, I noticed that our people face real challenges. When I visited most of our health facilities, Madam Speaker, I realized that patients still share beds, up to 3 patients in one bed. It's a mirage. I also realized that even the kind of food that the patients are served, when you want to slaughter a cattle, we have the inspectors who will always inspect that exercise. I wonder if health officers even do move around to even test the kind of food that is served to our patients. We can all agree that fruits are essential, good food, so that to give them appetite. Unfortunately, when I moved around, the kind of food that was served, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, it is pathetic. Also, there are cases that are looked down upon. For example, if you are watching television and there's a rape case, most of us will always want to ask for a remote to move to watching to a different story. Why? Usually rape cases, you are treated as a suspect because you are told, why did you wear a short dress? Why did you walk out at night late? Why were you in the company of men? That is how we treat rape cases. It's worrying, Madam Speaker. I even watched news last night where there was a young girl who was raped to a point of she lost her life. Madam Speaker, as I proceed with the cases that I looked down upon, today I'm going to dedicate my maiden speech to the plight of the young girls out there. Rarely do we see the orphans get justice, the elderly, even the teen mothers. The rate at which teen pregnancy is rising is alarming. If I could go back to Kisii and maybe I project on how these cases of teen mothers come by. The fact that we've not stopped practicing FGM, you find that when these girls have been circumcised, initially at the age of our grandfathers, they could actually mutilate everything. It was total mutilation. As we progressed by, it has become partial. So our young girls will always know they've graduated from childhood to motherhood. So they will start practicing sex early, hence resulting to early mothers. These teen mothers will not even have courage to go back to their homes because the fear of being laughed at, they will end up in the streets as sex workers. I'm proceeding with the cases, Madam Speaker, that have peace with your husband. That's how these cases, Madam Speaker, are looked down upon. As I proceed, with GBV, rape cases, and teen mothers, you will even find that in our societies, even the political class, with the political class, religious leaders, even parents, are not in support of this. As I stand here today, I pray that we will have laws. In fact, Madam Speaker, I want to sponsor a bill on teen pregnancy. If not, we revive on the already existing laws and put more strength on them so that we can once and for all deal with this issue, either having punitive measures or even having sensitizational programs, and then any other that can see that these problems are addressed dearly. Let me move now to the issue of good roads. In this era, Madam Speaker, we should not be talking of having a good network of roads, or we could not be even be debating on having water in our social places. Surely, to dignify the lives of our mothers, we should consider that in maybe we give 2 years coming, all our homes should have piped water so that we relieve our mothers, even our school-going children, from trekking for long distances in search of water. Let me now move to the President's speech. Let me congratulate our President. The speech was good. On the issue of affordable fertilizer, I see it was a good move, though long term. Why do I mean long term? We had short-term measures that you could have taken, like lowering the prices of basic commodities like milk, cooking oil, and cooking flour, bearing the fact that our people, Madam Speaker, are wallowing in abject poverty. And on the issue of reducing, the President said he had instructed Treasury to work with the ministries to find savings of around 300 billion. In my view, you could also have thought on ways of sealing the revenue leakages. Lastly, let me make a plea to the members in this House. Attending to the President functions is not betraying your people who didn't vote for him, but a show of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Kisii County. I now call member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make my maiden speech on the floor of this House. First, I would like to start by congratulating His Excellency, the President, and his deputy on their well-deserved victory. And secondly, to congratulate the Speaker and yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, again for a successful election, and wish you Godspeed as you execute your mandate. Madam Speaker, allow me to start by thanking very sincerely the people of Tetu for bestowing their faith in me as their 8th Member of Parliament. Although my constituency now, I believe, holds the absurd or awkward record of never having re-elected any of its MP for the last 35 years, I believe, and I'm not blaming them, it's because we have an abundance of good leaders, which makes our local politics hyper-competitive. This is the constituency that produced Dedan Kimathi, the most celebrated freedom hero, and Nobel laureate, Professor Wangari Maathai, who was also our 4th member of parliament. As such, Madam Speaker, I do not take this mandate lightly, and I would therefore like to promise on the floor of this House to the people of Tetu that I will execute my triple duties of legislation, oversight, and representation to the best of my knowledge and ability. Madam Speaker, my constituency is largely rural and agricultural. Our land holding is on average 1 acre. Madam Speaker, my people practice subsistence farming. We grow tea in the upper parts of Tetu neighboring the Aberdare forest, and we have coffee in the lower areas. We do small-scale dairy farming, and we have emerging crops such as macadamia and avocado. When I sought the mandate to represent the people of Tetu, I made certain pledges and promises to them. And when I listened to the President's speech in this House, I was very happy to note that most of the President's priorities neatly ticks into the boxes of the most pressing needs of my constituency. I'll start by agricultural productivity. Food insecurity is now a real threat in my constituency. This is because of climate change and also the high cost of inputs of agricultural products. And as such, the move by the President to lower the cost of the fertilizers has come as a welcome move. I'll, however, note that there is no NCPB, National Cereals and Produce Board depot, in my constituency, and my people have to use upwards of 1,000 shillings to travel to Kiganjo, where we have the nearest NCPB depot. Also, the registration process to access this fertilizer is cumbersome, and it is important that going forward, we utilize some permanent database of farmers which can easily then be used to allocate the subsidized fertilizer to the farmers. For our cash crops, and in view of what the President said about using agriculture to improve incomes, I'm hoping that the motion on guaranteed minimum returns will see the light of day in this House. And I also intend to bring legislation to guide the processing and marketing of our emerging cash crops, that is macadamia and avocado, in the same way that we do for tea and coffee today. I call upon the government to support my people in agriculture, to support some of our ongoing irrigation projects, such as Kaigoji, Mutoigo, Huhoine, Hovoine, and others, to ensure that our people reduce their dependence on rain-fed agriculture. On education, Madam Speaker, the President has set up a committee to review the CBC system. This is very welcome. Last week, I actually had a chance to move around my constituency, assessing CBC transition readiness, and I noted that there were more questions than answers. Still, there is no clarity as to whether the junior secondary will be domiciled in secondary schools or primary schools, and whether they will be boarders or day scholars. And as such, the request by the President in his speech that the CSs come to the floor of this House would offer us a very good opportunity to have such issues clarified. Madam Speaker, I have about 10,000 unemployed and underemployed youths in my constituency. While we are working hard to organize them into groups so that they can engage in viable economic activities, we eagerly wait for the Hustler Fund. So we hope that the 50 billion Hustler funds come quickly so that it can boost these groups as well as support our micro entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, again, Tetu has the third a distinction as a constituency without a bank or a petrol station. Nothing to blame is because we are very, very close to Nyeri town. But again, I would like to work with the national government institutions to ensure that we move more and more of our offices to Tetu so that they can be a catalyst for urban growth. Specifically, we welcome the President's move to increase the judiciary fund, and this gives us an opportunity to bring the first magistrates court to Tetu. On electricity, we hope to increase from the current 87% to 100% in the next 5 years. On our road network, Madam Speaker, we have the ongoing Mau Mau roads, which occasionally stall, and we are hoping that the President's speech, which said that he will prioritize ongoing projects, will be a welcome relief to ensure that these projects are completed. But specifically, Madam Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to the Ihithe-Donyujeru Road, which is supposed to link the counties of Nyeri and Nyandarua through Tetu and through the Aberdare Forest. This road, or the construction of this road, has been frustrated by some government agencies who have falsified environmental impact assessment reports sponsored by foreign conservationists. The people of Tetu have waited for this road for 19 years, and Madam Speaker, today I had a chance to mention this to His Excellency the President, and I was very glad to note that he is very well appraised and seized of the matter of this road and promised to help us seek a resolution at the soonest. To improve on availability of water, I would like the government to consider the proposed Mohoya Dam so that we have sufficient water for our people for both domestic and irrigation use. As such, as highlighted by the President in his speech, we welcome the use of public-private partnerships for water, and I would like to volunteer that Mohoya Dam can become a pilot project for this great initiative. We also welcome the alignment of CDF to the Constitution, and Madam Speaker, it's only fair to mention that this is causing anxiety among my people because they are not sure which way forward. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I really look forward to making my mark and my contribution in this House as a great debater, informed contributor, and diligent committee member. And hopefully, I can break the one-term jinx in Tetu. God bless Tetu, God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Tetu. I now call the member for Narok North.
Madam Speaker, for this opportunity that you have given me. And before I go on, I would like to congratulate the Speaker and you, the Deputy, for this opportunity that you have gotten to serve us in this House. And allow me to thank the people of Narok North for having elected me to come and represent them in this great House. And I want to promise them that I will represent them, and I'll also make sure that I articulate issues that are affecting them. Madam Speaker, I want to tell you that it was not easy for me to be elected first woman in Narok as a member of parliament. I come from a constituency that holds on culture, conservative, that don't see women like they can be leaders. And especially having a history of vying for a position that was once held by the famous Honorable Olendimama. So when I was going on with my campaigns, they were all wondering how this woman will go and represent them without a rungu. I kept telling them, I don't see rungus in parliament. And today, I want to tell them that I am here and I've not seen any rungu. That means that this will give hope to our women. And then having a background of going through all the villages, telling our people not to practice female genital mutilation. I am on record, having even taken some of them to court, to make sure that I fight for the rights of our young girls. So when I was going on with my campaigns, they could all be talking of a woman who goes around carrying a model that shows all the parts of a woman and the effects of female genital mutilation. So nobody was sure that I was going to be elected. Even the political parties did not want to associate themselves with me. I happen to have come from a constituency that was an Azimio area. And whenever I go nearer to the Azimio leaders, they all didn't want to associate themselves with me. Sure. And I want to thank Jubilee, who came out and gave me a ticket, and now I'm here. And I want to say thank you to Jubilee. They considered giving me the ticket. My constituency has a lot of problems. At the moment, the roads are pathetic. And they are farmers. We bring all the food to Nairobi, but at the end of it all, that you find that it doesn't benefit the farmer. It benefits the middleman. And this is because of the roads that we have. We have no roads. We have no clean water. And when it comes to the hospitals that we have, they are also in a pathetic situation. And I doubt if we were right to have devolved health, because health is about people. And I don't think that the county governments have the capacity to run these hospitals. When you go there, there is no medicine, the dispensaries, no water, no electricity, there is nothing that goes on. So this is an issue that we, the members of this House, need to relook at and see if we really did any justice to our people, because women and children are suffering. Going to the speech, the presidential speech, it was brief, short, but articulate. It articulated issues that are affecting our people. When I listened to the issues, I remembered what I promised my people, because the promises I made were water, roads, and hospitals, good hospitals. And when I look at the speech, they were all there. So I want to say that as in this House, we need to look at areas that are really affected with these problems of not having good roads, hospitals. And that's why when we think of CDF, this is a fund that is really known by everybody, including children from where we come from. You find a woman asking you about CDF. Is CDF still on? Because this is the money that is used to pay the school fees for their children that are in school. And I want to say that we need to come out clearly and defend CDF and make sure that what is not there, we have put into action so that we can have these funds coming back to the people. If it is an oversight, I think we need to come out with the laws that will make this money come back to the people, because we seriously need these funds to come back to our constituency, because without these funds, we shall not be doing anything much to our communities, because we promised them a lot and we are ready to work for our people, but without these funds, I don't think members of parliament will be doing anything to change the lives of the people. We have our secondary schools congested. They need the dormitories. They need the dining halls. And you find that without these funds, we cannot still be able to give them a comfortable time in schools. When you come to education, our people still lag behind. And when you talk about girl child education, it is time that this community is appreciating taking their children to school. And most of our girls have really gone to school and have gone to colleges, and they are now teachers. But you find them still at home. They are not being employed. And a way of appreciating education, we need TSC to look at those areas and make sure that they give a priority to the local people when it comes to employment. Our schools have a shortage of teachers, primary schools have a shortage of teachers, and the high schools still have a shortage of teachers. And you find them employing those teachers who have stayed long at home, while we in the community don't have those teachers. Our teachers are just 4 years or 5 years at home. So I would ask the TSC to make sure that they employ the locals so that they can also agree to go to the schools that are in the reserves. Because after employing these teachers who come from far, they come there, they don't want to go to the interior parts of Narok, where they want to be around town, they want to be near the roads, while the other urban areas are suffering. So for me, I find it wise for TSC to look into that issue so that they can employ our teachers who are at home. And again, when I look at the speech, I saw the affordable houses, and I also want to say that these houses should not only be done in towns. They should also we should also have programs in our counties so that we can also have houses that will show dignity to our people and that will give comfort to our people. And in the speech again, there was the issue of CRBs. Our people are farmers, wheat farmers, and so many of them have loans. And because they have been unable to pay the loans, they cannot borrow money so that they can go back to farming. So I was also impressed to show that he was able again to come up with a solution that will make our farmers go back to farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Narok North. Your accomplishments are well known by many women in Kenya. Thank you for that. And I now call Member for Kiambaa constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Speaker and yourself for being elected as the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I also want to take this opportunity to thank and to congratulate the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, and his able deputy, Dr. Rigathi Gachagua. We are coming into terms of calling him His Excellency the President. We have been used to the term the Deputy President. May I also take this opportunity to appreciate and thank the great people of Kiambaa constituency for electing me again as their Member of Parliament, and also because they had given me a small opportunity of 1 year, and now they have given me another 5-year term so that I can continue to implement and to read them in as far as the development of our constituency is concerned. Madam Speaker, allow me to discuss further the presidential debate, the presidential speech that His Excellency the President tabled in the floor of the House on matters pertaining the CSs, that they'll be coming to the floor of the House so that we can be able, to discuss and to ask questions to the cabinet secretaries. Madam Speaker, let me say that the 12th Parliament, I had a lot of challenges because the moment you ask some questions and they are given to the committees and waiting for results or waiting for the response, it took a whole year to get a report in terms of loads within my constituency, in terms of the insecurity within my constituency. But now we are going to support the president's agenda to make sure that the cabinet secretaries will be coming to the floor of the House so that they can be asked questions and so that we can be able to get direct answers to take to our people and the issues affecting the people that we represent. That is a milestone, and we are willing to support the president's agenda. Number two, it was the issue of decriminalizing enterprises. That you realize in my constituency we have so many small and medium enterprises. But for a short time, you normally realize that KLA is not friendly. And that's why I think the president has come into terms that we really need to change Kenya Revenue Authority to Kenya Revenue Services, so that those people need to realize that they don't have to criminalize small enterprises, but come up with modalities and ways for people to pay their taxes and to make sure that it is a friendly service that they are offering to the members of this great republic of ours. Number two, he talked about the Hustlers Fund. Madam Speaker, it is in order for us to say that the Wezo Fund that we have been having, the Women Fund that we have been having, the Youth Fund, it has been of great importance to our people. And I realized that when the Hustlers Fund is introduced, and we are going to make sure that we registrate and implement the Hustlers Fund, we'll be able to empower millions and billions of hustlers who elected us in this 13th Parliament and who formed the basis of our campaign in 2020, this particular year, so that at least we can have a way to make sure they are empowered. Those mama bogas in my village, those wauzaji wa miwa in my constituency, they'll have an access to credit so that they can be able to better their lives and so that they can be able to put food for their families and to educate their children. So it is very important, and I'll ask the House, when that time comes to support the bill on Hustlers Fund, we all join hands together without caring which kind of political side you come from, so that we do what we are supposed to do and make sure that we better the lives of our people. Number two, Madam Speaker, the President also mentioned about the NGCDF. And he said it categorically. He was a member of parliament before the CDF, and he was a member of parliament during the CDF. And he knows the importance of National Government Constituency Development Fund. And it is shocking because majority of the people that we have been able to take to school is because of this fund, Madam Speaker. You realize that there are those students who perform very well, but they have no way to enter a classroom door. But because of the National Government Constitutional Development Fund, we have been able to give bursaries to millions and millions of Kenyans. Many students, many children have been able to see the door of a high school or maybe university because of the NGCDF. Therefore, when it comes to that matter, we will all join hands together and support National Government Fund, because it has nothing to do with a member of parliament, but it has everything to do with a Kenyan who is poor, who is at that lower moment. Right now, the messages we have received, people asking us, is it possible for us to get bursary? And yet we are yet to form the committees, and we are waiting to form the committee so that we can continue doing the great work we have been doing. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, we are innovating schools. We are building classrooms. You'll realize in a place like called Kawaida Primary School, you'll find that one classroom is hosting 120 students. And therefore, without NGCDF, there will be no way we can be able to expand these classrooms and to make sure that those students get better education by trying, to increase the classrooms within their schools. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the NGCDF, it is here to stay, and we are going to do all we can to support it, not because of our own interests, but because of the things that we have been able to do within our constituency. Madam Speaker, he also spoke about public-private partnership. You realize that, and he talked about water. In my constituency, in a place called Ruaka, which is very densely populated because of its developments, and many people are constructing apartments within Luaka, which is within my constituency, that we don't have water. We have been chasing water since I became a member of parliament, with Earthy Water, with Ministry of water, but you realize that we have not been able to achieve because of funding. I believe public-private partnership will come in handy so that it can help us to bring water and to restore our water baskets within our constituency, and help us also to bring water to help our farmers and the members of our constituency so that we can be able to make their lives easier. So therefore, we are supporting when that agenda will be brought in the floor of the House. I'll be the first person to support it, because I know even if we are told to pay, we have so many people who can be able to pay the few coins that will be asked by the government, but at least at the end of the day, we'll make sure our homes, we have tap water within our homes. He also spoke about housing projects, and we are willing and ready to support the housing project. The legislative agenda that will be brought in this floor of the House, we are going to support it, because we really need this kind of development and technology, because when we have some villages in my area called Dendero, a place called Kefarage, this is the only way that we can be able to give them a decent home, not because they have a very small area, but the moment we decide to go vertically and maybe probably give them a decent housing, we'll be able to, improve their lives and give them a better place to take care of their children. Madam Speaker, allow me also to mention something that the President mentioned about the saving culture. He mentioned and he said that from when you are 18 on, when you are employed, to the time that you retire, you only save 200 shillings in every month. And at the end of the whole period that you have been working, you are able to save about 74,000 shillings. I think it is high time that we rethink this model. And he said that in every 2 shillings, that every member of your community, because now we have to regroup our people, especially those people who are in the informal sector, and make sure that they save their 2 shillings, so that the moment they save 2 shillings, the government will rematch their 2 shillings with 1 shillings, so that at the end of the month, we can be able to see how much we save, and so that we can also be able to help our people to save more. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I support the President's speech, and we are here to support the President's agenda. And when he brings all these issues for us to register it, we promise that we are going to support him fully. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kirinyaga County, and you'll be followed by member for Mandera East.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to be here in this House, and this being my first time, I would like to give my maiden speech. I am Jane Jerry Maina, the County MP, Kirinyaga County. La kwanza ni kuwashukuru wana Kirinyaga kwa heshima walionipa kuniteua kama mbunge wao. I commit to serve diligently for the next 5 years. Well, I believe you were directed to give us leeway to learn.
Member for Kirinyaga, if you start in Kiswahili, according to the standing orders, then you will speak in Swahili for the whole time. But if you start with English, then you will follow through with English. Thank you. For the purposes of the record of the Hansard.
Very well. Admittedly, I profoundly miss breaking into dance with my constituents, from which they gave me an affectionate moniker, quote, Gasheri Gaito. To the young people of this nation, you have a role to play in the social, political, and economic empowerment of this nation. But you must no longer stay in the shadows. You must step forward and take charge. For power, they say, is taken, it is not given. To my father, tragically taken from me before the elections, before he could see that this child indeed became great, your name shall echo beyond the halls of Parliament. To my family, my best friend Andrew, who was there every day after I lost my father at the height of the campaigns, you are an invaluable addition in my life. Madam Speaker, it would be a disservice if I do not forewarn my colleagues that where I come from, we milk lions while seated on porcupines. Madam Speaker, as pertains the President's speech, it gave hope to a bedridden nation. It was short and succinct. Of great importance was the rollout of the subsidized fertilizer, as my people are farmers. It therefore deeply concerns me that there are some farmers in Mwea and across Kirinyaga who are unable to access the fertilizer merely because they do not own land. I implore upon the relevant authority to ensure that all farmers, landlords or not, enjoy the subsidized fertilizer. Moreover, I implore upon the 13th Parliament and the executive to cater for the young people of this nation. We must address the pressing needs of our young people: unemployment, mental health, drug and substance abuse. The future must be secured by all means necessary. I wish to congratulate the President and his deputy for having shown the goodwill to engage, mentor, and consult young leaders, culminating to the signing of the Youth Charter. I assure them that the young people will hold them accountable to their promises. I further want to thank the President for taking the bold step to ensure that we no longer have subsidies. It would have been the easier way, having come from campaigns where we promised our people that we will lower the cost of living. Madam Speaker, lastly, I want to give thanks to Almighty God for seeing it fit to have me in this house. I will commit to serve diligently, and I pray that my colleagues in the 5 years, you're able to ensure that as new members are able to learn from you who have walked before us. May God bless the 13th Parliament. May God bless this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kirinyaga County. That was brief and concise, and in fact donated 5 minutes. I think she needs an applause for that. And also a very amazing speech. Now it's time for member for Mandera East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I take this opportunity first and foremost to thank the people of Mandera East for electing me and having faith in me. I thank the Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me health and this opportunity to be in this August house. May I take also this opportunity to congratulate you and the Speaker of this honorable house. I come from the farthest place from these parliamentary premises, and that is Mandera. I come from border point 1, where Kenya's first beacon is. Mandera has a lot of problems, including insecurity, poor roads, and lack of essential commodities. This is a place where we lost 2 senior chiefs and 2 assistant chiefs within a span of few months through terror activities. 2 chiefs were killed in Arabia Mandera Road. The 2 senior chiefs of Arabia and Umar Jilo were killed by Al-Shabaab just few months before the election. And their 2 assistant chiefs were also killed just few months before the election also. This is as a result of the poor roads in Mandera. in 21st century, we have no tarmac road in Mandera East, other than Mandera town, which was really started after devolution. That has really eased and helped the terror team to plant IEDs on the road. When we were campaigning, we could not move freely for fear of these IEDs. You can be easily blown anytime. Sometimes we were forced to use helicopters to campaign within our constituency. I therefore request this honorable house to assist us in pushing the government to tarmac the roads from Lefe, Arabia, Mandera Road, and the road Ramu, Mandera, and the road from Ramu, Kalalio, Mandera Road, the quickest possible, because one life is more expensive than billions of shillings that can be used, to build those roads. In Mandera, we normally have KBRs, that is Kenya Police Reserves, and MPRs, National Police Reserves, who normally man our borders in addition to our gallant forces. These KBRs and MPRs are extremely poorly paid, the tune of 10,000 shillings. You can imagine a KBR or an MPR. Maybe you may not know the difference between KBR and MPRs, but people from the borders like Turkana know very well. The KBRs are the locally employed by the counties, and MPRs are employed by the national government. That is our national security. But if you investigate and maybe get to know the amount of money that is paid to those people, you will be shocked. Those people normally lose their lives following these terror activities. Just recent days, we lost 8 of our gallant KBRs without compensation and getting maybe 10,000 shillings. And their families are now living in poverty, abject poverty. I want to appeal to the government to take this matter very seriously and pay these people at least, to the tune of the other Kenya police and other forces, so that they can be motivated and do the job very well. They understand all the routes and they understand the area very well, and they can do better than the other forces, only if they are paid well. In Mandera, we lack basic needs, including food, shelter, and clothing. Food in the sense that people live, other than few percentage that have the middle level and maybe few that have been, very successful in business, others live in abject poverty, most of them. And they live through the relief foods and cash transfers that are now given by the NGOs. We really thank World Food Program and USAID for helping our people through cash transfers and water tracking. We have a problem of shelter because during rainy seasons and even other times, our people live in huts, or horios as we call it. We want the government to help us build houses for these people, low-cost houses. They normally concentrate, the housing ministry concentrate on, the headquarters, the city and other maybe high-range areas, and not the county level or the constituency level. We want this translated to the local people so that our people can now graduate from the huts to permanent buildings. The other issue is water. Our people normally live with boreholes that are salty and not treated. And I'm sure this has led to so many of them having cancers, because the salty water, you know, may not be fit for human consumption. But they have to, because they have no otherwise. They have no any other way to live other than using that salty water. We want the government to use experts all over the world to make sure that fresh water is provided for the people of Mandera East and the entire Mandera County. Unemployment is also extremely very high in Mandera East and Mandera County in general. Other than few employment opportunities provided by the county government and few in the national government, most of the graduates live in abject poverty. We want the government to give us opportunities and provide employment for our people. Somalis, normally, who are the majority in Mandera, are very aggressive people in business. If at all you can provide funds, they can easily extend and start business and even provide work opportunities or employment opportunities for other Kenyans, which they are already doing. Few of them are already doing, because other Kenyans from down Kenya are now moving to Mandera to seek for employment. So we expect the government to provide free interest loans to the people of Mandera, because for me, I can't take money with even less than 0.0% interest because of my religion. So I expect the government to provide free money, free interest loans. I also request this parliament to consider providing free interest loans, mortgage for parliamentarians. Because I can't take right now the mortgage you guys are taking. I can't take personally because of my religious. We have river Dawa in Mandera. And imagine our people are crying of water. River Dawa. The areas that are a bit far from Mandera, I mean from the river, don't have water. If at all the government can bump in some money and
Member for Mandera East, I thought you were going to pick the cue from the record of the brevity and impact of the speech of the member from Kirinyaga County. I think she only matches the president's speech at this rate. If I knew that anyone else was going to meet that record, then probably you'd get priority. I think now is the member for Wajir County.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate you and the Speaker for your recent election. My name is Fatuma Jeho from Wajir County. Madam Speaker, I want to make my maiden speech, and I would like to dedicate it to the women of Kenya and the mothers of Wajir. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the good people of Wajir County for their overwhelming support and giving me this opportunity to serve them in 13th Parliament. I do not take their trust and confidence for granted. As such, I will endeavor to champion for their rights, to their voice, to bring unity, equity, equality, transparency, accountability, ensure peaceful coexistence among ourselves across Kenya and beyond our borders. Madam Speaker, today as I stand here, I am sure the good people of Wajir County are fixated on their TVs or phones to watch their daughter, how their daughter is going to participate in the first sitting and going forward. I assure them that as humanly possible, I will serve them diligently and the county with the last ounce of courage, strength, and blood left in my body. Madam Speaker, I am here for a reason, and it's an interesting story. Today, I want to tell you about pressing social issues. It's not about climate change. It's not about our path to attaining nuclear energy or power. It's not about party politics. Rather, I would like to talk about us, our respective roles and responsibilities, as well as we all fulfill our campaign manifesto. Honorable members, we must deliver our mandate to the millions of Kenyans who entrusted us and give them hope, reassure them that bei ya unga na mafuta itashuka. It's about time, as the 13th members of this noble house, to rise to the occasion, work together in a bid to attain unity, equity, equality, transparency, accountability, and bring progressive-oriented programs to our communities that we represent. Why do I tell you this? Because my objective is to highlight the plight of our mothers, single mothers, widows, our sisters and daughters, some who were raised as orphans and taking care of orphans right now. Some of us were lucky to be brought up by single mothers who are strong, hardworking, and resilient. To all our mothers, I can't thank you enough. In Wajir County, Madam Speaker, majority of our breadwinners for their respective families are our mothers, who toil day and night to ensure that our children have something on their table. They pay keen interest on their progress in school and madrasas. They are giving their all to make sure our children are happy. And I'm sure that is what an ordinary mother in Kenya does. Despite the trials and tribulations that our mothers, that is my mother, these are our mothers, and they all represent the women of this country. Today, as I stand here, my story is a testament and to inspire all orphans, single mothers, widows who are currently struggling with their daily activities. Today, the young orphan from Bula Jogo in Wajir East is all grown up, fought all odds to be here. It was not easy, Madam Speaker. This is by the grace of Allah and the sheer hard work of our mothers. I encourage them to never give up. Your efforts and patience shall yield fruits. My prayers and best wishes are with you. Owing to the above, I challenge this house to wipe the tears of pain our mothers have endured over the years, and let us work together to bring joy, prosperity through women, youth, and persons with disability empowerment and actions, or policies to cushion them during these trying times, necessitated by the ongoing drought and inflation that has resulted to the skyrocketing of basic daily commodities. As such, as a matter of priority, we should be deeply concerned about these vulnerable Kenyans. We work on how we can reduce taxes and prices of day-to-day assorted food, item and fuel price. My fellow honorable members, we should ask ourselves, are we a gift to this world and our respective constituents or burden? I strongly believe that we are a gift. As such, we should also pay attention to malnutrition status, GBV status of women empowerment, and their rights, among others. Madam Speaker and my fellow honorable members, allow me to update you on the current overview of drought situation of Wajir, and this is where I come and ask our president, just like the Hustler Fund, we would like him to consider drought fund. Madam Speaker, As you are aware, arid and semi-arid areas of this country are currently facing severe drought. As pastoralists, we are going through difficult times. Scarcity of water due to ongoing drought has greatly affected our livestock production and markets. This is our source of livelihood. As a result, scarcity of milk has also affected our children due to increased cases of malnutrition. Madam Speaker, the recent data we have, Wajir County government in the latest drought reports indicates that the county is currently at alarm and on worsening trend. Wajir County received depressed rains in 4 consecutive seasons, and the 5th one is likely to fail. On health and nutrition, Madam Speaker, increased cases of malnourished children 6 months to 59 months, with the number of malnourished children requiring treatment rising from 62,283 in February 2022 to 80,968 in June this year. There are outbreaks of opportunistic infection related to drought, such as Kalaza. It has so far killed more than 477 as we speak. Madam Speaker, the issue of water is a problem in Wajir. Madam Speaker, the water source in the county includes boreholes, shallow wells, and water pans. The current water condition is below normal compared to previous 4 seasons, increased distances to water source of both human and livestock. Madam Speaker, education is not even for us. We hear education when you come here. Where I come from, education people think is not a priority. Madam Speaker, and my fellow honorable members, low pupil admission, especially for early learners. Migration has increased absenteeism and school dropouts as pastoralist parents shift with their children to areas with better pastures and water. Madam Speaker, security is a problem from where I come from. Just like my brother from Mandera East said, a day to election, we were also burying more than 4 people from Wajir West, a place called Hadado. Madam Speaker, we will ask the government to help us to bring sanity along Wajir-Isiolo border. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I finally, I honestly implore the relevant ministries to scale up their short and long-term interventions and cushion all the vulnerable Kenyans during these trying times. May God bless Wajir. May God bless this house and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Now I call upon the member for Kajiado North constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also take this chance to congratulate you and even the Speaker on your election. I wish to begin by thanking the Almighty God for giving me an opportunity to serve in this 13th Parliament, and thank the great people of Kajiado North for electing me on the 9th of August. Not only electing me, but also upgrading me from an MCA to a member of Parliament after serving them for 2 terms. The real meaning of bottom up. Madam Speaker, I sit in the shoes of the great member of Parliament, the first member of Parliament, Oloi Tip Tip, the late John Keane, member of Parliament for Kajiado North, the late Philippo Dupoi, member of Parliament, Kajiado North, and of course, the gentleman who said there comes a time that the nation is more important than individual, the great Professor George Saitoti. And I'm humbled and honored to serve in this assembly. And I can only assure the great voters and also this Parliament that I will give my best with the help of God.
Madam Speaker, on the presidential speech, first of all, I want to congratulate His Excellency the President for being elected the President, and because it is only God who made him President and the people of Kenya. I want to say he comes in at a very defining time. And Mr. Speaker, desperate times also call for desperate measures and also outstanding leaders. When you read a book by Lee Kuan Yew, From Third World to First World, you see a leader who comes in at a time when Singapore was about to sink and get back to be joined with Malaysia. But they put in measures to make sure that the country stands out. And once you look at the current Singapore today, it remains to be a country that has made steps towards becoming what it is today because of decisions that have been made by a leader and great leaders that have served the country. So, Madam Speaker, the President, William Samoei Ruto, made a short and very sweet speech, just like Sauti Sol would sing, short and sweet. But on the issues, there are several issues that were raised. One, on the issue of transparency. Madam Speaker, you realize that Westminster Parliament, it is what it is because of the Prime Minister's hour, where you're able to query government on issues that you may want to. And the nature of Parliament is that you get answers on the floor of the House, and you raise issues on the floor of the House. And this Parliament was once very alive when CSS, by then ministers, would come to this House. And therefore, having an opportunity, and the President intending to have his CSS answer to this Parliament is such a great honor, and a trust that is given to this House. And not only that, he wants to address the issue of transparency, that he's leading government and he wants to be put on check. Madam Speaker, nothing would be greater than that, especially at such times when you hear decisions were made in the last government that are not appropriate, that have put this country into great issues that we are dealing with at present. Number two, on the issue of environment, the President is very clear that he wants to do something on environment, this being a global issue, and also an issue that some of us are sensitive to that believe in environment. Madam Speaker, as an environmental impact assessment analyst, you want to look at your environment, and they say nature is very unforgiving, and Wangari Maathai said if you don't take care of nature, nature also doesn't take care of you. And therefore, on issues of environment, these are some of the issues that as a member of Parliament, I would want to see my government do at a time when I am serving. On the issue of CDF, I think doesn't need more emphasis. That Constituency Development Fund has had its impact, and more so National Government Constituency Development Fund. And like he said, is that he believes it can work. I also believe it can work, not undermining the Constitution and the current state of the courts as they had declared. On the issue of affordable housing, Madam Speaker, the best example that every one of us should look at is what Singapore has done. 85% of Singaporeans own houses. It became part of why their GDP, part of the reasons why their GDP grew, but most importantly, the affordable housing provided for the Singaporeans an opportunity for all of them to be able to own houses, and therefore, part of what they call decency, giving people homes, it is the government that has provided them with the same. And when you see the last Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister there, and even the current, you see efforts towards making affordable housing a reality to everyone. Madam Speaker, as I wind up on the issue of universal health care, having worked in the county government and worked for the county government as a member of county assembly, there is nothing that has affected our society as the issue of health. Why county governments can't manage health is because some of the issues that are being handled by counties cannot be handled by county alone. NHIF, we did a pilot program with Kajiado County and His Excellency the Deputy President then, was one of our guests, and we tried to have every home have the NHIF card. It did amazing. But just imagine what it will do when everyone is treated using the NHIF card. I think this is one of the issues that I would personally want to see achieve in my time in this parliament. Because universal health care is affecting all of us. We're in either one group or another group because of health. And I'm sure with the right linkage, we are able to leverage on universal health care. Madam Speaker, following the footsteps that you have advised, I do not want to belabor my point. The people of Kajiado North believed in me to be here, and I want to say that I'm grateful to my colleagues who are here also. I'm looking forward for engagements, fruitful engagements, and also constructive engagement. I believe in learning, and I believe learning begins when you decide you want to learn. God bless you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Bahati constituency.
It's not lighting. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this great opportunity as a first-timer. Let me start by congratulating our Excellency, the President, our Deputy President, for being elected. I will also not forget to congratulate the Speaker and yourself as the Deputy Speaker and as a woman, and for me, I am very proud when women are in power. I'll also not forget to say congratulations to members of Parliament and also congratulate all the elected and nominated members. Thank you, Bahati people, for believing in me and for electing me to represent them in this house. I know I promised to ensure that I deliver in education sector, road sector, security, and many other. I will start by saying that the speech that was given by our Excellency quite resonates with the people of Bahati. And mine is to urge the current government to ensure, as they review the CBC curriculum, it is my humble request that they also look at feeding program. We know, and as we were campaigning, I have been going through and seeing how children have been suffering in terms of food, and some of them were missing out to go to school because of the feeding program. I also want to say that I come from Nakuru, and as a member of Parliament, I am one of those girls who had been chosen as Nakuru girls. Our road network, I want to emphasize to them that they have to ensure that they hasten the process of the PPP project of Mount Summit Road. We know many have had nightmares on sleeping on that road because of the heavy traffic. Just a key highlight on the address, I will pick and say that I came to this house and decided to represent the Bahati people because we don't have water. And I will say and urge them and encourage them to continue taking up the PPP projects or the water purchase agreements, because that is the savior of many. We know many have been saying that we have a food shortage, But you can imagine if we have water, what will happen even to the other semi-arid areas. On universal health coverage, I want to congratulate them, and I want to tell them that let it not be the usual way that we keep on saying that we are taking up universal health coverage. Let it be, or let it be implemented in this new government, because it is going to save many, and we have seen many have been saved, especially those who have chronic diseases. We want to also encourage and congratulate them for coming up with the Hustler Fund. And we want to say, let them encourage and have an enabling environment where our micro and small or medium traders will be able to access. We have seen success in Gekomba, where traders have been borrowing from banks in the morning and at least refunding in the evening, and they're able to make at least something out of that amount. We also want to say that thank you for also talking about a friendly tax system. We know very well that many have suffered in the hands of KRA, and we want to encourage that we tell KRA, please give our traders an environment where they can be able to trade instead of killing the businesses that have been created. So mine is to also say that thank you also for coming up and for bringing the fertilizer prices down. But we also would urge that even as the new minister gets into office, having been one of those members who comes from Bahati, where it is basically, or we rely on agriculture, I would ask him to ensure that he brings back AFC loans, cooperatives. I personally have been brought up by a farmer who used to do dairy farming, and I want to encourage the minister to ensure that AFC loans are back. In a nutshell, I want to say that the speech of the president quite resonated with the people of Bahati, and I want to thank them for electing me despite the stiff competition that they chose. They will wear the yellow suit, but they decided the tie will be red, and that is why I am in this house. Thank you, and God bless the people of Bahati. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Diwa constituency will be followed by member of Dagoretti North.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity you have given me. And first of all, let me say thank you to God Almighty for the grace and mercies that we are all here together. Also, I want to congratulate you and the Speaker for your election. And I want also to congratulate all members. To the Ndewa people, thank you very much for re-electing me. And I want to say that I will not let you down in this second term. There are projects which we did not finish, like AMTC, Raila Molo Odinga, College for Agriculture, Gor Mahia Ring Road, South Kabwas TTI, and Nyokal. By God's grace, I pray that this will come to fruition. Madam Speaker, the President's speech was very short, precise, but loaded. And I thank him for that. He talked about unifying Kenyans, and he can't do it alone, members. We too must, by the language we speak here, how we speak it, and to who. Madam, I just restrained myself, Madam Speaker, I restrained myself when a member of Nyaribari was lashing out of the people of Nyanza. without even knowing what happened. We should respect each other. You should have even asked me, why didn't you attend? I would have told him. Because we know better, and we are planning well to meet the president on development issue. From where I sit, or I stand, the objective of debating the presidential speech is to enrich it so that when he retreats to write a framework for policy and regulation, he can add what have come from the House. So I have a few points to add, Madam Speaker. One of them is, and I was happy to hear this, he said, my administration will be fair, just, impartial, and transparent. I wish all of us in this House can also adapt that so that we can help the president, that we can also be fair. That's why, Madam Speaker, even the majority in this House should be Asimiu. On a serious note, remember us on that. I hope the Speaker will make a good ruling. Point 2, domestic saving. Madam Speaker, it's very hard to save, especially where the basic necessities are not met in a family situation. In Ndewa, there are some people, household, who do not even know where 100 Kenya shillings will come from. So this is a good thing to do, and I thank the President that in 2 shillings he can add 1. But there are some things that we can ask the presidency to do so that people can save, especially the informal sector. Number 1, the food security. Tuition. In schools, there's a revolving door. Kids go in, come out, because there's no school fee. We should also look into medicine, poverty, because people are living under $1 a day, another member said here. Madam Speaker, in terms of austerity, I congratulate the President. Many economies have been stabilized by budget cuts. It works. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't work alone. I urge the presidency to look also in the corruption. In the past regime, or past administration, 720 billion went to theft per year, 2 billion per day. So even if we look at the budget cut of 300 billion, we are not still going to manage the economy. Let us address, and it's not the president alone, even in this House, when the budget comes, when we do oversight, let's be tough on the implementers. The national debt, Madam Speaker, we need to have a national conversation on this, because most of the debt went to infrastructure, but it was not equitable across the country. For example, a farmer in Ndewa cannot ferry their farm produce to market because there are no roads, and yet they are paying the same debt. So even if we reduce our debt by not borrowing, then we should also have an alternative from local revenues to channel funds to those areas which have got no roads and other infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the President talked about CS coming here. It's a good idea. We had it in our parliamentary system. But when we adopted the presidential system, it ceased, because most of the work are done in the committees. So, Madam Speaker, even if we think of changing the standing order, we might look into changing the whole or amending the Constitution. The reason is we have over 40 committees. It cannot be implemented in the House, where each committee wants their questions answered. How will it work? Would you bring all the CS here on one day, and how many days? But in presidential system, the committees works best because it's a smaller, and there are many. Even 10 can meet in a day. and you call all those CSs. So even as we embrace it, that it will be effective, we need to look also at the logistics of implementing it. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to talk passionately about health. As a public specialist, public health specialist, I feel pained when the health of our people, diseases, simple diseases, are driving families to poverty. They are preventable. Some you can achieve by promoting health in self through UHC. Madam Speaker, this UHC have been talked in Kenya for a long time. But when we went to Malaysia, the same books that we developed here has made the Malaysian healthcare system robust as an example in the whole world. So I want to suggest to the presidency, one, UHC is different from PHC because UHC looks at the promotion of health, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. But PHC is looking beyond medical. For example, if you have a very well-equipped health facility somewhere, and there is no road to go to it, our women still die on the road. Or there is no light, and women come to deliver. You cannot as a health practitioner. So we have to combine these two and fund it well. And Madam Speaker, I thank the President for this because he said he's going to invest in the primary health care. That will save Kenyans a lot of money. In closing, honorable members, in 2010 Constitution, the ballgame of politics in this country changed. There's no longer opposition politics. It's not there. We only have a government. And this government have three arms. One of them is ours, legislative arm, whose responsibility is to oversight the executive and the other arms. So let us take our role. It does not mean we don't like the government, but we have to keep them in check and make sure they implement what we prove here in the budget. Thank you, and may God thank the people of Mdewa as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Dagoretti North, after which we shall have member for Moiben constituency, then member for Nyali, and thereafter member for Langata constituency. As we go ahead, and we shall still have plenty of time.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would wish first to thank the Almighty God, and indeed to thank the people of Dagoretti North for giving me the privilege to serve them in this 13th Parliament, and also to thank you for being bold to stand and be our Deputy Speaker, bringing back the memories of our sister, the late Joyce Laboso. We want to say thank you for that. I want to thank our Speaker, Papawa Roma Wetangula, for also getting that opportunity to serve this 13th Parliament. Madam Speaker, having said that, I think one of the things I'll start with is to appreciate that Nairobi is a very unique county. A county that serves in nearly 7 million people, 4 million who come in the morning and go within the environs of the metropolitan that we have. But indeed, those who remain in Nairobi are Nairobians, and they deserve better. They deserve to be given services like any other county. Madam Speaker, when you look at Nairobi today, we are talking about drought, we are talking about famine, and I think, Madam Speaker, one of the things we need to say is that in Nairobi, we have many families today who are sleeping hungry. We have children who are unable to go to school because of lack of school fees, some of them lack of food. But I want to really thank our leader from Dagoretti South, the Honorable KJ, for bringing in a program a feeding program, the Honorable of Nyali, and all those honorable members who are feeding their children within their constituencies, giving us a role model that we are going to really embark on and see how this House can also amend the CDF Act or come up with a policy to ensure each constituency is able to give lunch to their children. Madam Speaker, coming to the speech of His Excellency the President, I think one of the things I want to say is that yes, indeed, it was a short speech, but when you look at the 52 paragraphs, I think he has outlined within his policies, and more importantly, food security, which is in agriculture. He has outlined education. He has outlined the SMEs within trade. He has outlined health, which is important on NHIF. He has outlined the issues of youth and especially women. And for me today, I just want to speak among a few things. One, first to congratulate our teachers as they celebrate their day today, but also to appreciate the President's will in terms of bringing in now the task force, and to request that we need to relook at everything and to ensure our children who go to public schools do not become guinea pigs to be used to be testing education in this country. That we are able as Kenya, that is within the East Africa, to look at the education that we have and ensure there's universal education where a child from Kenya can go to Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and have the same opportunity the way these other children have. But that doesn't mean also we need to scrap completely CBC, because also CBC brings in back the intention of a parent taking also advantage in the growth of the child. And so if I am asked my opinion, standard from nursery to standard 3, we agree CBC has to be there. 4 going up, we give our children the universal education that is there for them to enjoy the way every other Kenyan and every Tanzanian and every Ugandan is enjoying education. Madam Speaker, looking at the debt, I stand with the President on this, and I think it's important to look also at different proposals and to say that we have natural resources. This House has to first look at the loans that we have taken, ask ourselves, we might find ourselves with the loans that we took, but we have not started using, maybe because of even the guidelines we were given. Those are loans we can agree as a country to return. We can also now ask ourselves, through our natural resources, is there a way, and government has its own natural resources, that we can tap on some to ensure we are able to pay the debt, and then we now start a new formula in Kenya to taking care of ourselves and not really relying on borrowing as we continue to do. And as we continue to support the President in looking for the 300 billion. But remember also we have Kenyans who are looking upon us, who we have their pending bills, monies that they used, monies that they took from banks, and we have to also ask ourselves, how are we ensuring these Kenyans are paid their resources and they are able to also pay the banks that they had gone for their loans. Madam Speaker, we need to also ask ourselves as this House, how are we going to assist Kenyans who come from the airport? You arrive at the airport, Madam Speaker, and the taxman is there waiting for you. You are carrying one laptop, and the taxman is telling you it is above $500, and therefore you must pay tax. I think those are some of the barriers that have made Kenyans go really below, and we must come out with a solution that if a Kenyan is coming back to her country and is carrying his goods or her goods and they are not for sale, then indeed should pass at the airport and even get that hospitality of being welcomed back home, instead of them now finding ways of, you find somebody in Europe, you're about to remove everything from the boxes just because you'll come at the airport and they will censor that you're carrying a new stuff for you to pass. So, Madam Speaker, this House has a way, an opportunity to just reverse some of the barriers that were done with the previous administration. I think it will help many Kenyans especially those who have gone, students and all that who come back in this country. Madam Speaker, when we look at health, I think it is for all of us, and we know very well that indeed NHIF is going to really support many of our families, many of those who are unable to afford. And every honorable member who is here, I know in your phone, at every minute you have a patient in Kenyatta, in Moi Eldoret, everywhere. And each of them are just requesting one thing: assist us to clear this bill, assist us to do this. In Nairobi, we are even more vulnerable because, Madam Speaker, you find every time we have different burials and funerals, and these are our people, and we must stand with them. But we must look of solutions of how to really ensure that families are able to afford. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say that when I look at what the President has requested this House, he has really requested, number one, he has not told us that we bend our rules and not fight corruption. I think he's very clear on what we are supposed to do in corruption. But I always say this is a culture that has eaten all of us. We blame each other, but all of us have something in our closets that we need to ask ourselves, how are we changing that before even we look forward? Madam Speaker, I want to thank him also for the team that he has given us, and to thank indeed the different CSs who I appreciate. I've worked with them when we were honorable senators and honorable members. I really want to thank him for giving Senator Murkomen that opportunity, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, Honorable Soipan. I think these are people we will stand with. These are people we've worked a journey since 2013, and we know. My chair and my mentor, Honorable Alice Wahome, who I worked as a CEO when she was my chair, and I think these are people who will understand the politics that are there. And I think what Kenyans want to see us do is to see us change the style on how we do things and appreciate that they have moved on. And I want us to move on and start changing lives of people. Madam Speaker, lastly, I want to talk about the Presidential Music Academy. This is an academy that has been helping many of our children in talent. And I think it is for this House to see, and I really want to plea with the President that it will remain at the cabinet so that we are able to see many other young talents. These are the children you find during Mashujaa Day, Madaraka Day, but
Member for Moiben constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker as well for being elected to serve in this 13th Parliament. I'm sure the members believed in you, and we believe that you are going to take this House, this 13th House, to the greatest heights. I want also to take this opportunity to thank the people of Moiben for giving me an opportunity to serve them as a member of Parliament for the first time. I want to appreciate the people of Karona Meibeki, the people of Moiben, the people of Tembelio, the people of Kimumu, the people of Sergoit, all who belong to the entire Moiben. Those are the wards which form Moiben constituency. I believe I'm up to task and I'm going to serve them diligently. I want to pay tribute to my predecessors, particularly the women who have been elected to serve in Moiben. I want to start with Honorable Chelagat Mutai, posthumously, and also Honorable Professor Kamal, who have given service to the people of Moiben. And Moiben is very interesting. It sets a very high bar for women. It is almost becoming that for you to qualify as a member of parliament for Moiben, you must be a professor. And I hope that they also set the same for our male counterparts. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the women who prayed for me, who tied the traditional Kalenjin legetio. For the entire season, I was campaigning. I want to thank the men, the old men particularly, who gave me the traditional saliva as a blessing. I want to thank the young children who gave me the long string of saliva, that one which is unending, as a blessing as they cheered me during the campaign season. I am telling them that I'm going to serve them and serve them very well. I want to take this opportunity to make a comment on the President's speech. I want to congratulate Dr. William Samoei Ruto and his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, for their election to serve Kenya. I want to say that when the President made his speech, he told us, or he gave us the scenario as at now in the country, that we are carrying a burden. He gave a very sad situation. But what is very interesting is that his speech was full of hope. He did not behave like now, we want to close shop in Kenya and go elsewhere. But he promised that in as much as the situation is as it is, there is still hope, and we can still take Kenya to the next level. He touched on so many issues: electricity, water, health, education, and so on. Things which are very key and very dear to Kenyans, not particularly to my people of Moiben. For example, agriculture. Moiben used to be the agricultural basket of Kenya. People of Moiben plant wheat, maize, they keep cows, and it used to be their cash crop. They used to be doing very well. But unfortunately, these days, or today, we are having a sad situation in Moiben. I was a product of maize and milk. That is how I managed to go to school. But now, the farmers in Moiben can hardly even pay for fare to go and buy fertilizer in Eldoret town. So the situation is very sad. And I can see the President vividly captured that in his speech. We already started receiving the low-hanging fruits. That is the subsidized fertilizer. We are hoping that come January, February, March, when it is the major planting season for the people of Moiben, we shall have sufficient fertilizer. He also touched on education. In as much as now we have a task force to look at the CBC, which has become a talk in every home state. in the social media, we have all stories about what is happening in schools, which I don't think is true, like a situation where it was said that teachers were telling children to bring chicken. Already there are people working on the future of CBC. I would also encourage that we look further, not to the primary education, but we also go further and deal with education in totality. We have our Kenyan institutions of higher learning. They are grappling with debt issues. When a country's institutions of institutions of higher learning are having issues, and that is where ranking, international ranking is done, then it becomes problematic. When we have no credibility in our institutions of higher learning, then education in Kenya will be questioned. And when the education of a country is questioned by the international world, I think it will not be in very good taste. I also agree that this is the time we are going to implement the universal health care. Madam Speaker, in Moiben, in our hospitals, we have so many bills. We have so many patients who have been held in hospitals. We have bodies in mortuaries. People cannot bury their people because they cannot afford. The poverty index is so bad. And with the promise, with the agenda the President has set, I think what we are required as legislators is to support the President. He promised that his administration will be fair, and he hopes that we will have to legislate issues which should not bring, which could be bottlenecks to this very great agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and let me also use the chance to thank again the people of Moiben. Thank you very much.
Member for Nyali.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Ningelipenda kwanza kutangulia kwa kutoa shukrani zangu zote za dhati kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuweza kunipatia fursa ya siku ya leo, na vile vile kuweza kutoa shukrani zangu kwa wakaazi wa Nyali kwa kunichagua kwa mara ya pili, licha ya changamoto ambazo tuliweza kupitia wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu uliopita, wakati ambapo asasi za usalama, hususan viongozi wa asasi za usalama, walitumika sana vibaya katika kaunti ya Mombasa kujaribu kubadilisha maamuzi ya wakazi wa kaunti hiyo. Nataka kusema ushindi huu ni ushindi mara tatu kwangu binafsi. Ushindi wa kwanza ni ushindi wa kuchaguliwa kama mbunge wa UDA peke yake katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Ushindi wa pili ni kwa mara ya kwanza katika historia ya Kenya kwa wana Mombasa kuweza kutoa 44% na kumchagua rais wa wananchi William Samoei Ruto. Na ushindi wa tatu ni ushindi wa rais kuregeshea watu wa Pwani bandari ya Pwani. Nikirejelea katika hotuba ya rais, ni kwamba katika hotuba yake, kilele cha hotuba yake ilikuwa ni masuala ya uchumi, na ambayo imekuwa ni donda sugu tangu serikali iliyokuwa mamlakani kuondoka na serikali ya sasa ya wananchi ambayo inataka kutatua masuala ya uchumi, kuipatia kipaumbele na kuhakikisha kwamba bei ya bidhaa hususan chakula zitaweza kutafutiwa mbinu mahsusi na kuweza kuzirejesha katika hali yake ya zamani. Rais aligusia masuala ya deni, ushuru, uwekezaji na kutoa mfano si katika bunge la taifa peke yake bali hata hapo nje katika shughuli zake za ujenzi wa taifa, na kusema ya kwamba angelipenda kuona nchi hii ikiekeza ili Wakenya wasiweze tena kuenda kuomba pesa nje. Tuwe tunafuata mfano kama nchi ya Uchina, ambapo serikali ya Uchina inakopa katika asasi za serikali ndani ya taifa hilo. Pia rais aliweza kuzungumzia bunge la kazi. Alitaka bunge hili lishirikiane na serikali kuu ili tuweze kuleta mabadiliko kwa mpigo na kuweza kuwahudumia wananchi wa Kenya, hususan baada ya kupewa taifa lililobakwa, demokrasia kuharibiwa, mali kuvujwa, na waliofanya hivyo kuondoka kama wamemwachia rais nchi uchi. Vile ambavyo amewachiwa nchi hii kwa hakika ni vile ambapo hayati Emilio Mwai Kibaki aliweza kuachiwa nchi hapo awali kabla ya kuwaomba Wakenya na kuwaambia wampe muda ili aweze kuboresha uchumi wa taifa hili, na alipopewa bila shaka aliweza kufanya hivyo. Rais William Ruto amejipata katika mwanya huo huo, lakini kutokana na utendakazi wake, bidii, kutolala, kutopumzika, ameweza kuonyesha ishara tosha ya kwamba anaweza kuleta mabadiliko ya haraka na kukwamua taifa hili. Kuna baadhi ya wabunge wameweza kuzungumzia hotuba ya rais na kusema ya kwamba hakuweza kutaja masuala ya ufisadi. Tunataka kuwakumbusha ya kwamba hatuna wakati wa kutaja ufisadi kwa sababu tunajua wafisadi ni kina nani, na kazi ya rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni kuhakikisha kwamba wale wote waliovuja pesa za wananchi wataweza kushughulikiwa na kuhakikisha kwamba pesa hizo zimerejeshwa kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Pia ningelipenda kuzungumzia masuala ya Hustlers Fund, ile kitita ya pesa ambayo iliwekwa. Ni jambo ambalo amekuwa akitembea nchi nzima na kulizungumzia, na ninaona ni jambo ambalo pia litaweza kufikia kina mama zetu wale wa mboga, watu wa bodaboda, watu wa mkokoteni, ili kuweza kuwasaidia, kwa sababu ile ya CDF haitoshi na ina mipaka ya vile ambavyo tutaweza kutumia pesa hizo. Pia hotuba yake iligusia masuala ya mawaziri kuweza kufika katika bunge hili la taifa na kuweza kuulizwa na wabunge ambao ni wawakilishi wa wananchi masuala nyeti kuhusiana na sehemu zao. Ni wazo nzuri zaidi, na mapendekezo hayo ya kuweza kubadilisha na kuhakikisha kwamba hawa mawaziri wamefika itakuwa jambo la muhimu sana, kwa sababu ikilinganishwa na bunge la 12 wabunge walikuwa wa mawaziri kumradhi walikuwa wanajipiga kifua sana na kujiona kama miungu binadamu. Hawawezi ulizwa maswali wakati ambapo wanafanya makosa au wakati ambapo kuna dhulma katika taifa hili. Tunataka hadhi na heshima ya bunge hii irejee kama zamani ili tuweze kuuliza maswali. Pia swala la CDF ni swala ambalo limekuwa likizungumziwa, na tuna hakika ya kwamba umuhimu wa CDF, mimi kama mbunge wa Nyali nimerudi hapa katika bunge hili kwa sababu ya utumizi bora wa pesa za CDF. Kuna hata magavana wako na mabilioni ya pesa, lakini yale ambao wabunge wanafanya ni makubwa hata kushinda yale ambao hao magavana wanafanya. Pia pendekezo la kutoa pesa kwa seneti, bunge la seneti, ambalo pia ni jambo nzuri zaidi ili waweze kupata nguvu ya kuweza kusimamia na kuchunguza utumizi wa fedha katika kaunti mbalimbali. Mwisho nataka pia kusema ya kwamba masuala ya makazi yaliyozungumzia ni masuala bora zaidi, na bei ambayo imetolewa ni bei ambayo hakika mwananchi ataweza kulipa, na katika kipindi cha miaka fulani ataweza kuwa na nyumba na sio kuishi katika mabanda kama mkimbizi wa ndani kwa ndani. Hatimaye ujumbe kwa wabunge wenzangu na wananchi pale nje wanaosubiri kwa hamu na gamu kuona yale ambayo rais ataweza kufanya. Nataka kuwaambia hivi ya kwamba mtoto hazaliwi akaanza kula chapati. Mtoto anazaliwa, ananyonya, anatambaa, anatembea, kisha anaanza kukula. Kwa hivyo tuko katika hiyo sehemu ambapo rais apewe muda wake, aanze kufanya kazi taratibu akishirikiana na bunge la taifa na bunge la seneti ili na serikali ya kaunti, ili tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumekwamua taifa hili mahala ambapo tumeachwa. Yangu ni hayo tu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Pia nataka kutoa kongole kwa kusema kukupongeza wewe binafsi na Spika kwa kuweza kuchaguliwa, na tunatumai mtatuongoza katika njia salama na kuhakikisha kwamba sheria zimetungwa na ni sheria za wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Asante sana, na Wakenya wote nasema Mungu awabariki.
Thank you. I now call member for Kangema constituency, who will be followed by member for Embu County.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine, first of all, is to thank my God who has made me to be in this house. Secondly, I want to thank the Kangema people who made me to be their MP. And also I thank His Excellency, the President of this Republic, who has been elected as the President and a good friend of us, and also a supporter for us, and his deputy. We also want to thank the Speaker for this Assembly, who have been very supportive, and also you, Madam Speaker, being elected as a Deputy Speaker. Mine, first of all, is to say that His Excellency the President's speech was excellent. As it has been said, it was short, but it had the real content that it was needed. And I want to put it clearly that, as the President did put it, that the campaign was about ideas. I want to put the record straight, mostly for us from Central Province, is that it was not about a tribe. It was not about ethnicity. It was about ideologies that the UDA and also Kenya Kwanza came with. One thing I want to put clear is that, Madam Speaker, I've been in politics at the lower level. Between 2007, I was a councillor, 2013, 2017, an MCA, and I think the aspect of bottom up, and the ideology of Hasra is an ideology resonated with our people. And I want to put it that in the term for Kibaki 2007-2013, the aspect of Vision 2030 was very critical, whereby in every department, even in our institutions as councillors and local authorities, our management and our budgets were based on Vision 2030. And we worked along the Millennium Development Goals, which we had to achieve by 2015. And I think the government picked up the issue of, from where Kibaki left. And I want to put, as the one member did put that about the tribes, there is nothing to do with the two tribes. The Vision 2030 has the aspects of political, and the aspects of political verbatim is, Madam Speaker, I can read. It says that the political pillar of Vision 2030 is democratic political system that is issue-based, people-centered, result-oriented, and accountable to the public. Therefore, I think as parties and political parties, we must 100% deviate from the tribal aspect. Then nobody write to somebody that will bring your tribe. Let somebody come with ideologies and issues that are there to change the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, the President talked a lot about agriculture, whereby my county and my constituency is about agriculture. I want to thank the President because today he acted on the same, on issues to do with agriculture. As he launched today a container for tea that was going to Ghana. This is at the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I want to say that these are the ideologies that made our people to support the agenda that was sold by Kenya Kwanza. Like today, the issue of marketing tea is very critical for a tea farmer. Whenever a government says that it will walk the talk and to see how tea farmers will be able to make a kill on their business, everybody will run on that ideology. I thank His Excellency the President. Today, our tea will be going to Ghana, and today he said that he's going to work on the issue of value addition to move it from 5% to 50%, and whereby I have seen him doing it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are going to support His Excellency the President on issue of agriculture. We support him whenever you bring issues on value addition, because tea being a very great foreign income earner, whenever the President says that he will be able to put the issues value addition mostly on orthodox tea, when the government puts money on it, it will resonate whenever a government improves on foreign earning. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about whatever he talked about the issue to do with government working on how we'll be able to reduce so that in our income, keeping the recurrent expenditure below the revenue. That's a move, Madam Speaker, we support. We have many projects which are going like Mau Mau Road. Mau Mau Road, Madam Speaker, is a project that everybody wants to see it done. Therefore, as the President put it, we'll support him 100% to see that the issue of recurrent doesn't supersede the issue of development. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of PPP on water. The issue of public-private partnership on water. Madam Speaker, the issue is well thought, because we don't need to say, we cannot mean also that in our budget allocation we will not have budgets on water. But whenever we have big dams, we have Karemenu, which is ongoing. We have Vuake, which is ongoing. We have Kemarero, which was stopped politically, but I think everybody wants to see it be done. But whenever we put billions, like 10 billion, 20 billions on those projects, the most important thing in our budget, the local budget for the country, is to do on distribution. But now the PPP will be doing on major projects like dam. We need a Maragua Dam in Moranga, whereby we can be able to supply the residents of Moranga with water, as well as the residents of Nairobi. We need also to work on the treatment of the water treatment, that is the Dadora, as people say, Rwai, because most of the waters that come to Nairobi, like now we are adding around 140 cubic liters of water to Nairobi. 50% of that water has to be treated as it joins now to Vuake Dam. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as I support, I say that the President's speech was well thought. We support him 100%, and we are going to work with him to see how we'll be able to build up our country and to see how, as a party, Kenya Kwanza, we'll move now with the ideologies, and Kenyans, we must move from the politics of ethnicity. Let's move to politics of ideologies, and we'll be one Kenya, and we'll be able to build our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the people of Kagema again, and I will serve them with all my effort, with all my diligence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Embu County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to address this House for the first time, being an elected member of Embu County as a woman representative. I also want to thank you for this opportunity that we are here today, even to be given an opportunity to give our maiden speech. I also want to congratulate our Speaker in absentia and say that indeed this was overwhelming to us, and we congratulate you and him and we know that you are going to take us very far. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate our president and the deputy president, even for the way they were elected during the already concluded elections, during the elections in August, the 9th of August. And we have the confidence that indeed they are going to deliver the promises that they promised to the Kenyans. And we are here to support him fully with all his agenda. I also want to thank God for what he has done for me in my life. I thank him for his faithfulness this far, and even the opportunity to be here and to be elected by the community of Embu. It has taken the hand of God. Indeed, Madam Speaker, allow me also to thank the people of the cloth, that is the church ministers who stood with me throughout the campaign period, praying for me, and also giving me an opportunity even to be with them in their churches. As I continue, Madam Speaker, it feels good also to remember to thank my family members who stood with me and also supported me during the said campaign period, and also thank my team, my campaign teams and coordinators in all the 4 sub-counties in Embu who supported me fully. We are talking about the sub-county of Manyata, sub-county of Runyenjes, sub-county of Bere North and Bere South, and I can only say thank you to them. Still, Madam Speaker, I can only wish my parents were alive to enjoy the victory that I got, but whatever they are, I know they are cheering me on and saying, well done, my daughter. Madam Speaker, as I thank the people of Embu for electing me to serve them in the capacity of a county MP with overwhelming votes, indeed, when they said double N mapema mapema, they truly meant it, and they woke up early in the morning and they gave me over 141,000 votes, being the person who was leading in the county votes in Embu. And so I really thank them from the bottom of my heart. May God bless them, may God keep them, may God give them the energy even to continue with the same spirit. Madam Speaker, also allow me to congratulate the President for his wonderful speech, which was brief, credible, and well articulated. About the President's speech, the reduction of VAT risers from 6,500 to 3,500, this was a dream come true for our farmers, and we can only thank him for what he did. Although the process of acquiring the same is a bit cumbersome, like in Embu, we have only 2 depots in Embu town and in Ishiara, we can only have good manners to say thank you. For when good things are done to us, we can only appreciate and hope for the best. As I continue, Madam Speaker, with the President's speech and reactions, I want to support him for what he said about the Hustlers Fund, where about 50 billion will be given to the Hustlers Fund so that indeed the common mwananchi, the border, the mama boga can be able to access that fund, where micro, small, and medium enterprises will access affordable credit to start and also expand their business. So I thank him for that, and I fully support him. Madam Speaker, due to to the current drought existing in the country, and especially in Embu, I can only plead with the government that even as they distribute food relief to the other counties, Embu should not be left alone, because some parts of Bere North, some parts of Bere South are really in need of relief food. So when this food is being distributed, I am praying that indeed the Embu County people will not be forgotten. As I conclude, I want to say that the issue of the elderly in Embu County, and I believe also across the county, is an issue, because the money that they are paid monthly, the 2,000 shillings, sometimes it takes so long for them to get this amount. Number 2, they go for long distances to collect this money. And even when it comes to the issue of registration, they move from very long distances to go for registration. In the past, we experienced over 15 people from the same village who perished in a road accident when they were moving from a place called Mumenje in Bere North, coming all the way to Chicago for registration. So we are pleading that indeed this exercise may be made easier for the elderly, so that they can be able to access these services without a lot of problems. Otherwise, I didn't want to thank all of you. I also want to thank the people of Embu, and promise them that the matters registration, matters representation will be done thoroughly in this house, and I will represent them fully without fear and without any malice. May God bless Kenya. May God bless all of us. May God bless the Embu County people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Embu. I think you're the silver medalist for the brevity and impact. And now we shall have the member for Voi constituency, who will then be followed by member for Kajiado County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank Almighty God and the great people of Voi for electing me to serve them as the MP in this parliament. Madam Speaker, I thank the electorate in Kaloleni, Mbololo, Ngalia, Sagala, Maungu, and Kasira wards in Voi constituency. Madam Speaker, this journey for me has been a long one. I first attempted to come into this house to serve the people of Voi a quarter of a century ago. 25 years, 4 failed attempts, and by the grace of God, I managed to get elected to serve them in this 13th parliament. I take that responsibility with a lot of humility and seriousness it deserves. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate you for being elected in that position and for our able speaker. We look forward being very experienced legislators and leaders to provide leadership so that this 13th parliament, especially the National Assembly, can serve the great people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I joined this parliament at a time of very many challenges in Voi constituency, and I believe in many other parts of this great country. The issues include a long drought and attendant problems, notably in my area, the wildlife menace, lack of water and grazing, and food insecurity. The effects of this drought, if not addressed in good time, will lead to conflict and insecurity. In Voi constituency, like in many parts of the coast region, land remains an emotive issue. The squatter problem is enormous, lack of titles in many areas, in Voi like Maweni, Mwakingali, Birikani, Tanzania, Msambweni, Kariakoo villages, and after 59 years of independence, this situation is unacceptable. The continued harassment of squatters, so-called, living in their ancestral lands in Mnaoni, Ndovuni, Msambweni, cannot be allowed to continue. I intend to follow up on these issues. Madam Speaker, the KWS, through the Tsavo National Park, occupies 62% of Taita Taveta County. That is a great contribution by the people of Taita Taveta, and we cannot see the return value by us giving that to this nation and to humanity. KWS needs and is required to be innovative. The ranchers and conservancies around get paid millions of shillings in carbon credits. While we are not aware whether KWS is paid or not, but if they are paid, then they are shortchanging the people of Voi and Taita Taveta constituency. If they are not paid, then we would ask why, what are they doing? We expect them to get paid so that compensations from animal and wildlife managers can be paid in a timely manner. But at the same time, I take this opportunity to thank them for releasing 200 million, around 200 million yesterday, after a number of leaders visited the headquarters, and we believe this might be a sign coming in from the incoming administration. On the president's speech, it was, in my opinion, short, precise, and gave a lot of hope. What is required now is the modalities for implementation, which we believe will be brought to this House for deliberation and approval or otherwise. The promised allocation of 50 billion for Hustlers funds is being awaited with a lot of anxiety and hope. The expectation is that this fund will complement the good work of other devolved funds like Uwezo, the Youth Fund, the Enterprise Fund, but not a ploy to replace them in one form or the other. The people out there are expecting additional funds in the form of Hustlers funds. Madam Speaker, there is great concern at the grassroots on the status of the NGCDF. There appears to be lack of clarity on its status following pronouncements by the courts, and this is a matter that requires to be resolved, and I fully support the petition that has been brought around by other colleagues so that this matter can be resolved in a timely manner, and we start working and supporting activities in the field, and especially those children who are still out lacking fees in schools. However, the commitment by the President in paragraph 49 and 50 of his speech gives a lot of hope that this CDF will continue, and I believe it will get the necessary support from members of this National Assembly. Finally, Madam Speaker, I affirm from the floor of this House that I will diligently serve the people of Voi, which is very cosmopolitan, and by extension, this great nation, without fear or favor, in the benefit all Kenyans at large through my deliberations in this National Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kajiado County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And just to say, we will be followed by member for Tangoren and then member for Sotik. And if there is any time, member for Bureti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My name is Honorable Lea Sankare, a county member of the National Assembly from Kajiado. Before I make my contribution to the President's speech, I would like to make my maiden speech, since this is my first time to speak in the floor of this House, and so I will go ahead. I will also make it short, just like the President's speech, precise and to the point. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty God for the gift of life, gift of family, and most of the gift to represent the great people of Kajiado County in the 13th Parliament. Like my colleague from Kajiado North, I was also a nominated member of the County Assembly, the first Assembly of Kajiado, and that makes me a true model of the bottom up. Secondly, I would like to thank my family, friends, and the people of Kajiado County from the 5 constituencies, namely Kajiado West, Kajiado North, Kajiado East, Kajiado South, and Kajiado Central, for greatly trusting me, enabling me to come here and represent them. I am humbled by the trust that you have bestowed upon me, amidst other worthy competitors, to represent you in this 13th Parliament. I am forever indebted, and I promise that I will do my best in representing you by always raising and seeking solutions to the issues that affect us directly or indirectly as a community in this House. I promise that I will do my best with the help of God. I'm happy that all the promises that we made to the great people of Kajiado County during the grueling campaigns are all captured in the President's speech. And today, I stand tall, contented with the administration that I wholeheartedly and passionately supported. And as the good book, the Bible, puts it, truly, our expectations have not been cut off. I therefore want to kindly request you that we walk this journey together, patiently, knowing that you are my business and my reason for me being here. And this I will not forget. Finally, fondly remembering our campaign slogan, Kule Tutafika, by the grace of God, we have made it here. And today, I embark on a new slogan that we will deliver. This will act as a constant reminder every morning that I have an obligation and a duty to perform to the great people of Kajiado County. With this, I thank you so much and looking forward to 5 years of proper representation, engagement, enhancement of livelihoods through various projects that I will embark on. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, and the Speaker of this House for being duly elected to lead us in this 13th Parliament. I would like to make my contribution to the presidential address. And first, I would like to comment on point number 4. And the point number 4 that says it's another milestone in the election of women legislators elected into single-member constituencies. It is in this spirit that we have seen the highest number of nominees to cabinet position, noting with pride that most of them, if not all, served as women representative or county MPs in the previous parliaments. On my behalf and on behalf of the people of Kajiado County, I take this opportunity to congratulate all women nominees and also our very own Honorable Soipan Tuya. This will be the first Maasai woman nominee to ever hold the office of the Cabinet Secretary from our community since independence. This is a milestone, not only to the Ma girl child, but to the entire community. This has elevated our spirits and confidence to this administration. And we are happy that our girls have role models to look up to. As the women of Kenya, we are glad that ceilings are being broken every day. Congratulations to the women. Point number 24 says that we have an obligation to redeem our plate to our small traders, the hawkers, the mamamboga, the kinyozi, makanga, and altwesha, as we commonly call them back home. This was our campaign selling line, and it did us a great deal in being elected to these current positions that we hold. I am happy that it was not only a narrative, but His Excellency the President is committed to walking the talk. This will see our youth, our women, and all the people greatly gaining from this initiative. Number 28, point number 28 is the allocation of the Hustlers Fund. I am grateful that this is captured in His Excellency's speech, and I look forward that the 13th Parliament will support His Excellency the President by enacting legislation on the administration of the fund, giving consideration to the county women MPs in administering the fund. Since our fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, is so minimal, yet the Hustler Fund targets similar groups of people as the ones that we also target in our fund. And I hope that the men, our counterpart, the men, honorable members, men in this house, will join hands with us, because we are not competing, we are just complementing each other's job. And because they get a big share of the CDF fund, I hope they will be kind enough, as His Excellency the President put it, to hold our hands and complement our job, but also making sure that part of this fund is administered through the women representatives kitty. Number 48, which will be my last point, is on the ongoing drought. We are grateful for the relief supplies, but we need to look for a lasting solution on mitigation and adaptation of climate change. And I'm happy that Honorable Soipan Tuya has been nominated to that docket upon approval. Our hopes are high that she will deliver on the lasting solutions, because this has been something that has affected our community greatly, and we look forward for lasting solutions to this. With this, Madam Speaker, I thank you so much. I look forward to a robust assembly, to good engagements in this House, also protect us from senior members so that we can have equal opportunities in contribution in the distribution of committees, because we are all here as representatives of the people, and I know the men here are kind enough to hold our hands and teach us the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your kind counsel, we look up to you. You are an inspiration to the women of this country. You are an inspiration to us here as the women parliamentarians, and I thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kajiado, for those very kind words. I'm humbled. And now I call upon Member for Tongaren.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the people of Tongaren for electing me overwhelmingly and giving me another, the first opportunity to serve in this House. I'm so grateful to them for this occasion. I would like to go straight to the President's address. And in his address, His Excellency the President alluded on the National Housing Plan as a remedy to affordable housing in our country. And as you know, affordable housing in this country may contribute and is going to contribute to the image and really dignity of our people as captured in Article 28 of our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I would like to link the National Housing Plan to the role of TVET. And records from the TVET department indicate that there are, last year alone, 86,000 students graduated from various technical training institutes in the country. That's a huge number of students, Madam Speaker, out of which 95% of those graduates did not get any employment. That is a very huge number. In Tongaren alone, last year, there were 600 students who graduated from different technical training institutes. And in the last 3 years, we've had about 3,500 graduates in Tongaren alone, graduating from various technical training institutes. And most of these have not had access to employment. And therefore, for many years, we've had a delinkage from between the trainees in the TVET sector and the industry. I want to think that the proposal by His Excellency the President will be the answer we've been waiting for, so that technical training institute trainees will then provide manpower that is required in the National Housing Program. And therefore, this will solve the unemployment that we are now seeing in the entire country. Madam Speaker, there are over 1 million young people in the country who trained themselves without having gone to class in terms of masonry, carpentry, plumbing, electrical works, and others, without having stepped in class. The TVET department has come up with a program called Prior Learning Program in order to get these people, these students who did not pass through school, but trained themselves to get certificates so that they can be competitive in terms of competing for tender and also earning their life in such a way that you know they can also support their family. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the housing program together is going to solve a very big problem in as far as TVET is concerned. Most of the TVET institutes in Kenya have a lot of machines that are lying idle. And I've been the secretary in charge of TVET in the office of the Deputy President, the President who is now currently the President, and we did a lot of statistics. And there are so many machines lying idle in so many of these institutions. And therefore, if this housing program will take off, I am sure that it will solve one of the biggest problems that we have been experiencing. In the area of education, which also His Excellency touched on, in my constituency, we have 130 primary schools and 53 secondary schools, with both secondary schools and primary have a total of around 80,000 students. Half of these students are not having access to education in a proper manner, because each day they are on the road because they have been sent to look for fees. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education is supposed to be releasing 22,000 shillings per student per year in terms of capitation. This money has been split so much by the Ministry of Education in terms of capitation, so that by the time the money is sent to the school, each student gets less than 10,000 from the 22,000. Madam Speaker, the incoming Minister for Education must address this. And the second aspect of this issue is that this money is not released on time. The students take up to even 4-5 months before getting this money. For example, for the last 3 months, it is until last week that funding in terms of capitation was released to schools. And this is affecting education. And therefore, CDF has a complementary role to play in the area of education in terms of complementing capitation from the national government. As you are aware, or you may be aware, Madam Speaker, 35% of CDF goes directly to bursaries. And then the remaining goes into construction and other activities. Now, as we are seated here, students are not going to school because they don't have fees. I am appealing to my colleague and of course to His Excellency the President to help us so that CDF, we go back to the normal continuity of the CDF programs so that students can go back to school. There has been a misrepresentation of this CDF issue for many people to think that it goes into pockets of the MPs. CDF goes directly to education because it's a conditional grant from the government of Kenya. Finally, Madam Speaker, His Excellency also touched on the
health coverage. In Tongaren constituency, each day we lose between 2 and 4 people, each day. This should be classified as a high mortality constituency. And every week in the entire constituency, we are burying about 5 to 10 people. I think that the universal health coverage, as touched by the President, is a solution to providing affordable medical care and preventive medical program to our people. Madam Speaker, I want to stop there because quite a number of my colleagues have not spoken and they're first-time MPs like myself, but I want to support the proposals by the President, especially on education, especially CDF, support him on the program of health and on the national housing program. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for your election, as well as the Speaker, Asante sana.
Member for Sotik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to also contribute on this very important motion. My name is Francis Sigay, MB Sotik. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Sotik, the very humble and wonderful people of Sotik who made a decision to elect me as the MP. Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Voi said, my journey has been very long, winding, and treacherous. And I thank God that I am able to come to this house. I have arrived. Madam Speaker, I have done this thing for 5 times. And this is the 5th time. And I thank our Almighty God for giving me the opportunity. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the people of Sotik. I'm grateful for people of Kipsonoi, Chemagel, Kabletundo, Ndana Abosi Ward, and Rongena Manarit. I have special tribute to my family, who have stood with me for all these 5 times I've stood. Madam Speaker, it is not easy. But I'm here, and I thank God. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my campaign team for making it possible for me to come here. Once again, I want to thank the President of this Republic and thank him for making it as a hustler. Madam Speaker, you know, these 2 people in the highest office now have a unique history. Dr. William Ruto was a chicken seller. His Excellency the Deputy President was a Mau Mau child. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that I'm happy. I'm going to be a classic example of people who have worked for so many years and made it. I want to thank the President and the Deputy President because Honorable Mr. Kachagwa has come from the same historical background with me. He was in the administration, and it has come to show that anybody who has worked in national government can make it to the national level. Madam Speaker, I want to mention that Dr. William Samoei Ruto is the 5th president, and I am the 5th MP of Sotik. So we are both 5th. And I have tried 5 times, so it's 5, 5, 5. So I want to say thank you, and I want to contribute on the speech of the President. Is it over? I want to contribute on very few issues because I'm glad that I'm here. Number 1, I want to mention the issue of agriculture. Madam Speaker, if there is anything in this country which a government, and a government which values the people is to invest in agriculture. Agriculture is the cure of two things: food security, and number two, on the issue of that situation in the country. Because I know if you can remove the money which you used to buy and import food, will reduce the public debt. Madam Speaker, I think because of time, I want to thank you. I want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for getting it to be the Deputy Speaker. You're a great lady from our area. I want to congratulate Mheshimiwa Speaker Moses Wetangula. He has worked with me. I know him, and I know what he can do. And both of you can deliver in this country. Thank you so much, and I want to thank you for this day. Thank you. Close.
Thank you, honorable members, for those very fruitful and exciting deliberations and discussions and ideas. And the time being 8 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 6th of October, 2022 at 2:30 p.m.